I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they've been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit with. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Hear me, I'm Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Stay with me tonight. Stay with me tonight.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, them a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
sod it. Let's get going. Oh my god, the people are in quick today. Welcome, VIKÜRVI is back, the 2-day event, and I've been asked and blessed to be asked to come and cast this one. This is a stacked one. $1,000 is up for grabs, so they're paying out for first, second, third, and fourth. But most importantly, though, top 8 are going to get invited back. Invitational means invite only, and guess what? The prize pool is double bubble next time. So looking up for $2,000. So this is big. VIKÜRVI had a little break, and they came back with a huge bang. So super pumped. We've got super stacked teams, exclamation mark teams. We are on a 25-minute delay, so bear with me. I'm not going to be able to get back to you as quick as I can if I do talk on the mic. Obviously, bearing in mind it was 25 minutes ago according to me. So sit back, relax. We've got best of 12, so we're going to have 6 games today. We're going to kick things off with a double Miramar. Then going to go into our takeover Kendies and close the day out with our Wrangles. But look, for now, I haven't updated the video. I have got it, but it needs a couple more tweaks. We're going into game number 1. It's VIKÜRVI, and it's Miramar. It's coming up. Here we go. It's match number 1. It is going to be a strong rotation as go straight through the middle of the flight path. A north, I suppose, east all the way down towards that southwest. And realistically, it's not too bad though for game number 1. Most teams will be out. Don't forget though, it is best of 6. Best of 6 today. I'll come back with another best of 6 tomorrow. Hey, it is going to be not just the prize pool that's up in the mindset. You've got to remember, these teams here are stacked when it comes down to going to be stacked there when it comes down to actually looking at the teams, the rotations, how they get on, because this is a real insight into how we get going. And more importantly, don't forget we've got the finals coming up. For now, a little bit more money on the grabs for these teams. I'm just having a look here. Don't forget it's not scrim, so we could have the congestion when it comes down to a fight. But early doors, I don't think anyone wants to be fighting off the board. One team I personally want to be keeping my eyes on is Team Entropic at the moment, because they have been on fire. Yes, they scrims though. They were hitting some heavy hitters across most of the maps as well. So we just see what they do and how they I suppose get into things a bit later. But for now, they do cross paths with PCF. They will take the car rotation. They normally go for that lower part of Lost the Owns, as we will take top side. First zone, first game, going to be blessed into that sort of top corner, which is a northeast, very early on that flight path. Now we do have quite a bit of the unplayable in that northeast corner, but with our obviously new train being run here, we've got truck stop though. We know that's been really hot for a lot of the zones. We know it's been hot for zones coming down into those areas. I actually was blessed to have a zone ending in it. I'd say most of them have been on the outside. Do you think it's a bit more of that north side? So I'll be eager to just keep an eye on some of these teams on those rotations. We are seeing FaZe who are landing here. They are going for the early rotation. That's Jim, so we'll take a little bit more of a chunk off zone. See, why should we go scout things a little bit forward? Pod, on the other hand, Takatori, woo! Look, what I'm going to say now, while you got the time, exclamation mark join. Get yourself in our Twire Fantasy. Thanks to Mercy Gaming, they've put a couple of the hats up alliance. We've got like $50, obviously split across from them. I've also put $30 in, because what I got from my creator code at the moment, because they are terrible at paying out. I've thrown all of that in as well as on for Steam gift cards. So if you are topping the topping a Twire Fantasy for PAS and PEC, we're going to do a bit of a payout. So private leaderboard, it's up. It's there. It's ready for you guys to get involved and start, obviously, contending. Look, hashtag just saying, I'm 30 for PEC people. Hey! Mate, that is a once in a lifetime. I'm going to make it. Well, once in a lifetime, we've already got a potential fight here with Friendly Fire versus Pod. Is there? Oh, it's a little flash though of Roth though. Will get caught. Has to retreat back. Unfortunately, there's no window there. Able to get right in underneath the grass. Friendly Fire though, oh, looking like they might want to come across. Is he faking the car? He might be making the push for the car, baiting the shot here from Roth. But Roth hasn't given an inch just yet. He's still holding. Unfortunately, I feel like Pod might have wanted to make the move now. Does go for the jump on the outside. We still hope to that Pod pad though. Does take the shots though, but takes a face full of fire. So the reinforcements now coming in. I feel like this is going one way and one way only. And that is a Friendly Fire. First kill on the board, and Pod big him up, and they go straight down. It's a tough zone this area. And Pod obviously with a massive wide split. A lot of teams are going to be coming in quite early. So no death really. As I mentioned before, we are on a 25-minute delay, so apologies on that. So, oops, that's wrong. It is a 25 minutes. Double check my bots, and it said 10 minutes, not 25. Which all good. It means at the end of it, I get to spend some amazing time with you guys a bit later. There we go. That's better. Phase don't tighten themselves, so I'm going to hold on. There's a nice little bit of high ground here that we'll go over the top of the complex, and obviously the road that now goes through the middle, with a stronger rotational path coming from that truck stop. Remember before it was kind of a dirt train. Sandstorms are in. Obviously we are seeing Miramar now up on the main stage as well, so it'll be too dissimilar for some of these teams now on these rotations and the past. They'll be used to these roads and will die. So cross over and see the following layout. Be going as well. We'll follow the way. It's kind of taking phases position. Sandstorm won't really crest anyone. 16 teams with 63 players, so we have lost one. Will be really tightening themselves up. It's this Death Road, this Death Valley Road. It's a bit of a dangerous one. And again, teams can play it quite well. Teams in the bunker or the trench. That is our petrol garage. We'll get away with it for quite some time, as and you have to really focus on the teams down. But the problem is getting caught here. Now, FaZe themselves, they've got a 2-2 split, and that will play nicely. I have seen FaZe, unfortunately, lose the 2-2 strength on that high ground before. It's going to be cautious, though. But with Pod going down a player, I can't imagine them leaving too much to chance when it comes down to coming up. I can imagine them sort of going for more of a hunkered down approach, we say, for Pod. Just don't want to work their way down. Now, Sharpshot is here, but I'm also keen because we've got a doozy. Sharpshot needs to look up, mate. He's been fully parachuted on now. PCF landing. He's going to hear it, and the shots don't come raining out. Sharpshot down to a 1, runs through, but gets caught. And after the great aggressive start from Friendly Fire, Sharpshot kind of let the ball drop slightly there. Now, Doozy does have a knock, though. He is on the outside edge. And the rest of question mark, though, not really in clutching distance to really ensure they can make more of an aggressive push on that. So PCF will be able to get that res on the rest of Friendly Fire. Have to maybe tighten himself up. Big white split for them for these type of zones. Again, not a lot of people, worth noting, not a lot of people are going on this top side. Exalt, they move their way in. Mine's loot. Just popping a few shots over, but it's quite a distance. Now, let's just get CCI. SRM. That Dragunov though, it hit hard. I'm still liking the sounds. It's not phased me too much. But he has done enough really to get that one. Go on the other hand though, on the push as well. Lou down to 1 shot. Rodok though, trying to get everything he can to get a knock, but the covering fire from the boys has been pretty tight here. Just reminds on that 16th slot. We're playing a bit of a powerhouse now on this west-hand side of the zone. There's a few opportunities here, a few capabilities where we might see this zone play into. But now, I can't really bring the map over any more than I can, but I can tell you one of our teams are now in. And with that, let's give a little bit of freedom of space for teams like Win or Die who now hit that top. But we also got this our team in Tropic, as I mentioned before. Very strong day yesterday on the scrims. They're going for a much more wider rotation. Expecting teams maybe to hold out on this edge. They're going to take their time, take the safety rotation. 1 minute 39 to go, or 38, before we get the next zone. That'll be a big telltale sign. We might see a heavy shift after this one. Iverstow is leading the way for them. And despite Miramar is a bit of a damage farmer, we've actually had a couple of deaths already. So, again, quite an aggressive start. I think this is because there is money up for lives. Don't forget, as I said, our top 8 are going to be going for automatic invitational back to the event. If you want to get yourself involved, I'll make sure there's a Discord link a little bit later on in the stream that you can get yourself. Vard's going to take it. I heard Vard's going to take the zip line to victory. Or in this case, sudden death. That's quite a good bit of cover, but fire some good shots. Oh, go get the zip line. Power over there. You know you got this, Vard. I believe in you. No need for him to move just yet. Big split for them. Kind of a 2-2 split. Anthony Vardo holding out this sort of south side as T-Bone and Beamy. We're going to look over that north. Make sure no one rotates down. So, chipping away. And we are seeing Exalt now push on to Noik. A little bit further in. Actually, kind of like that. I changed these guys to more of a grey. Worth mentioning Otto. He is the brains behind the event. He's on this ES test. And that's a bit cheeky. Otto, if that is you, placing that here. Don't forget, we've got the emotes now in chat. So, the supporters there will be slamming that one. We'll be waiting for some more kills there. And, oh my God, that's a heavy pull. We do lose that east side, right? But it does mean teams like in Tropic can instantly turn around. They can instantly push back if they want to. Or, more importantly, push the compounds they believe are going to be a little bit stronger now, a bit closer to this. And I just won't be surprised for them to go over the road and take the church. Now, a little bit further on the west here, as we do see the Wu, they're going to be holding this high ground just by them. And going to be a farming situation. Actually, I said that they are coming off the high ground, maybe with a slight 2-2 split from himself. Vard push himself instantly over as well. And they are kind of holding that road. Now, teams are going to really have to collapse in. Truck stop, I said. Truck stop, I mentioned. And unfortunately here, truck stop does mean this being here could look like it might play back that way. Just reminds on the play and rotate. E-pick up. Work their way down. See Lou looking back. They are looking back towards that. Jordan's leading the way. He is. Shots are coming down from the boys. There goes one. PCF hammering shots in. Let's see if they can pick up another. You get the first one down. Oh, is he in the sombrero? Yes! Oh, that is a clutch play. It's gonna be a winning. This is a winning play here. Twisted Minds in the old sombrero. And they got an AWM in hand. Only if it was up here. This here is going to be the play. Let's tab that up. ECF really the only ones that know that they're at the moment. How on the other hand there. We have a few teams now inside. SRM did take truck stop as well. Twisted Minds losing one of the parachute down, which is Petolians. We got Spyro and Luke. They're boots on the ground. And I don't know how much that sombrero, as much as I like it, it's going to be a play for them. Good stuff. A couple of shots back. Navi Mel. Down to a one shot. As he gets caught just after. And that there is from the old sombreros. Love it as well. Keep all the emotes coming. Let me know who you're supporting. We'd love a little bit of a lively chat here. That's a big knock as well from them. So, Aristo played so well. Navi on the old PC. Going to rotate his way over. Mel. Easy to get the res. Another team's really pushing in so far on this side, but it is phase number 2. And the old hat game is working. Huge split. Huge split from our Foot Esports team. James, the FaZe clan. Getting shots not just on our win or die team, but also popping shots down back towards friendly fire team. Just really been in the mix very much from the beginning. He's pushing away back. Fexo laying low. Pin for Pod is just taking pop shots. I don't think he had visibility on. Let's have a look though. Exalt on lurking around the other way. DA collapse in their area. Exalt seems to be constantly pushing teams further afield. Co Marco has the ridge line as well. Oh no, tabbed him up wrong. Let's tab him up too. I need to get back to my old sombrero. Tab one. Our zone's coming back round towards truck stop. So kind of running all around the field. The truck stop. There they are. Trying to take some shots. PCF the same, but also them and SRM are taking some shots towards Situ. And just in mind, I didn't know you could play up here, but so you can with the elevation of this one. FaZe does tighten themselves up in the compound. How looking for that one player as well. It's where we need to be cautious because we do have DA lose 2. 3. Sorry, Lauren is the last final player for them. Going to try and use these train to the best of his ability to move in. Have him up. Cautious if he gets caught because he's going to run in between 2. That one will die. I'll push over. High Beast on the other side. On Bavard. Evening, how are you? Always bring the excitement. You always let me know you got a cheeky Chinese on the go or got an Indian. So what's up for dinner today? The side of this map is the new Sandstorms, and fortunately here for Perfect, he's going to get engulfed slightly. I'm just going to be able to get to him. You better get a nade up there. I wonder if it'll roll down towards that bottom, but I don't think he's going to be able to play peekaboo on these teams in and around. So again, that kind of makes you worry with the whole Twisted Minds. They are split, how much he can provide. They're going to hunker down. I think the store tells me that it's going to play back towards truck stop here. So much unplayable though on this side. Kind of the play for me is going to push back. Yeah, big wide rapid. It's phase 3, so he will get away with this. Not anymore. D8 first team out as they will fall. Na'Vi pick up the last one. Got more action now happening on the other side. Truck stop does remain in, but it does push out towards that unplay. So we're going to see like the section of this map though. Don't get that option. But for now, what we do have is Odin. Such, again, a strong player. He's going for the res. Heroes res. Let's put it over the back here. Baron Peak will be picked up. Exalt might want to be doing the same as they are pushing their way down as well. Art finding himself now on the outside edge. Now, a lot of the shots coming in. Perfect is having a look to see actually how much he can get away with. And with Na'Vi in shot, needs to be cautious. If he goes down there, he is down and out. FaZe against How, and there's a blue zone nade just on the outside edge. Oh, going to push for that res himself. That blue zone nade will collapse a little bit further in. Lou hearing all the shots here from SRM. Wants to have a little look, a little peekaboo himself. We are now finding Entropic. They're going to have to disengage. Foot low and then kind of went to heads. Lucarox goes down, and the skill driver from Ivis will dodge, duck and dive the wiggly parts of our Miramar. He could try and pick up more of these fights as they will happen. Now Otto pops over towards the other side. The rest of the boys now are going to be coming further in, back towards this side here. They are, after getting that res, Na'Vi set on the outside edge. Might be long before they start having a little look on the inside here. Sparrow. Twisted Minds. In zone, able to hold. And our SRM team They do now hold the inside edge. Nades go back over towards the top. Though Sauce goes down after Sheila go on that wide split. Let's go right out towards the outside. Art trying to come in, but does get the knock, but actually does get exchanged from Nixie the Woo. So that's from the outside edge coming down now, coming swarming in from the east-hand side. Still goes out. Sheila understands that that knock was not his. So claiming that point. Nade's going through himself, and he does back off slightly, but another nade does come back. Fate having to dodge that one as he will wiggle his way around the boxes. But the information here from Odin will still be coming through. He's pushing on. Salute multiple times, wants to get involved, and the reinforcements now coming from Monodoct. They should be able to get at least one of their players back up. Twisted Minds still hitting the outside edges. Na'Vi now make a push towards FaZe in the bunker. I start. Na'Vi are just having a little butch, as I said. They are going to have a little peekaboo over the top, but FaZe kind of find themselves maybe engulfed in multiple teams. How, on the other hand, are people taking the same position as our team FaZe? Sit within the bowl. Zone is going to shift. Shift out. Oh, wow. Plays away from truck stop. I was not expecting it coming towards his hillsides. Or he might play back in towards that truck stop. Maybe there's a bit of me, the inner child, wanting to see the hat with the ending. Unfortunately, Perfect now has to find a new position. He needs to come out of here. It seems like FaZe, how Na'Vi, they need to figure out how they get in, because Hypebeast got a big decision on their hands. Where do they hold? Where do they make a stand? Because it's like a three-way towards, at least a hold over to the west might be a better play for them. But followed up though by Hypebeast. They will clear out Entropic. 14th place for them. Quite an early finish for a team that I picked up, but that's cool commentators curse. That comes part and parcel. Oh, who is on the mortar strikes? Na'Vi. The third one. How tracking them. And there's no avail really on those ones. I think they're taking a hounding of bullet as the smoky hat going off. Spyro is going to now try and defend himself. Blue has gone down. Sosto, let's get the kill confirmed for him. And Nades out, go through the truck, might ping out the other side, goes all the way through. Nades do connect, but only a bit of a smash damage. Monodoc are going to use everything he can. Spyro does get the hold. A spray. Let's pick him up as well. That tab will be key. Oh, he goes down. Don't go off there. You can fall off. Down towards Spyro. Player wrapping their way around, and Twisted Mind no need to fall off. Exalt continues to move their way in. Back on the other side though, Na'Vi using Ferris goes on. Example and Mel, and Example go right on the other side. Arda left with a clear call that he wanted to make the play towards our team FaZe. Needs to be cautious though. No, FaZe will push in more aggressive. Let's get great shots through the window. Plays peekaboo. FaZe number 5 is going to tickle just a little bit more now. This is very cautious though. Let's get Crex's whips across for one. No, go for the second. He picks up Fex though. Oh, get out the window. He's going to go down towards the blue. No, what a play. But it ends all down to a miscue on that jump. FaZe number 5 though needs to get rolling though, as we do see Mel trying to come back on the other side. Christoph though getting shot in the back now, and we are getting seen, unfortunately, to them, the How making the third party. Question mark are down as well. How return. They come out of the depths. Big Kobe nade all the way down. Will bounce nicely, but it's going to be a shot that gets the damage. Fex goes down as he gets confirmed out. Crexy getting obviously confirmed out also towards the zone. Gustav Storr remains in, and Na'Vi, they're going to be tabbing themselves out. 9 teams remain. We are nearly in the point split here. Teams needs to get out of here. It's going to get the meds, and as FaZe 5 is going to tickle quite a bit. I can't even imagine how leaving this area. They're going to be waiting, watching, anticipating. Maybe Hypebeast, maybe they come and have a little look over the top. Maybe he comes out the door, maybe he gets covered, maybe Hypebeast get involved and Hal get distracted. But I know what is going to happen. It's not going to be great. I need the meds. Now he's got 8, and he's try and farm as many as he can. He's got 43 seconds though before it goes a little bit further. Missed time. Med will be down and out. He has been spotted now. Really needs Hypebeast. Really needs Noak to play over the top. If at last, you know, I put a full med on, that is going to be a maybe run and gun, but how 17 seconds. He's gonna have to move after this. Another med goes on. He's running down. He's running out. He's gonna start moving, and I'll give him that. We're now in the point plot because Exalt go down in 9th. Hype Beast though might be taking the cue to get involved there, having a little sneaky peek over the top though. That might be the play, that might be the sound the teams needs to hear. He's running down the meds, he's got 2 remains, he's going to make a bolt for the zone. That's a good play for him. He's going to have to get another med on, does take a chunk, gets out of the danger zone now as Hype Beast haven't looked back. That's been enough here. How kind of disengaged, maybe put the backs towards FaZe knowing there's only one of them remaining. Shots though coming through. Oof. Hype Beast go down, and how might be able to get back, but June doesn't make himself up towards that hillside. Then it's going to be down and out. Big fight now coming on the inside. Pod versus our Win or Die team. There's a fight for El Hazard is underway. Pod obviously lost one early. They were one of the first people to lose a player. Quizzy might be the one. Just hearing the footsteps. Wait for the split. Sawn off shotgun one side. Oh my, he wished he had the M4 out. No, Quizzy going down, and Pin just turns around and says, thank you very much. Have that post boxed right through the door. You're not getting away from this one. No, Win or Die team down. Normally the sawn-off shotgun's the one that causes the damage. The sawn-off shotgun is the one that finishes things off, but this time it just blew a few kisses in the way of Pod, and that was N Quizzy. Wish he mostly had that M4 store in hand. Pin goes down. Oh, he's going to have the opportunity now to go get the res if he needs to. He's got to be quick. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to go. Tam's out. Top 4. What a quick top 4. As friendly fire, the team who lost the player first is the team who makes himself now in top 4. Not a mad amount of kills. We do see that when it comes down to these style of zones because, more importantly, they've had to hunker down. The fights have been happening on the outside. They've been happening up and over on this wonderful train. First time now, 25 really. Actually, I'm going to say second time. They've got to leave the safety of their area. They've got to push their way in towards zone as soon as the truck stop had moved. Look at this though. Foot Esports are on a huge split. They've been, I don't know, disagreement between Foot Esports, maybe? Never. Team is on point, but they have been controlling this kind of 2-2 split for some time. I will about to tab back in for it, but I completely missed it. Apologies. There's 25 eventually going down and out. Problem with a 25-minute delay, I have to constantly look at what's going on, more importantly, and I'm coming to the end of the game, so you guys have just started game number 1. We're 26 minutes in, so I will apologise if there was any blips. I won't know until now, basically. Should be all good though. Sounds good. Well, it sounds as good as having an Essex person on commentary, right? 3 teams now remain. How with 3? Foot Esports though driving forward with a 4, and our Win or Die team though clumbering their way out of the depths of El Hazard. Leoso does lead the drive here and extends right behind him. 3 kills for the team, or the duo. Extends putting 2 of those 3 on. Risen though did put the other one. Like Quizzy be so disappointed that sort of shotgun wasn't the one though. Lausch though, you know, to push forward. He gets another one down. How though? Losing the numbers though. They got Doug Duck and Die extends is down himself though. When it gets to confirm, put number 4 on the board though. With top 3 teams with a 4v1v2 here. Be unable to get this one. We're going to find Beamy though driving forward though. He comes up on the adjacent side though, making the play. Schofield though pops his head over the top. That's the How team now down to their 1. This is going to be a sure win for Esports. Something magical needs to happen. Magical, maybe not just yet. Down to that final play now. It's our Win or Die team. Got to be cautious. Got to be close. Going to be short. He's actually going for that stick on the res, but he's going to get it quite in time. They are collapsing. Beamy goes down. Leosh though does get the res. It's a 2v3 here. Got to be cautious themselves though, as the nades getting ready Famos in hand. VIKÜRVI Sports driving their way forward. Big Nade goes through the middle though, doesn't quite get the connection. Both these players for win or die go down. Oh my god, it goes up for a 2v2. 2v1. Extends, needs to get the med on in time though. It's going back the other way. Such from a 4. Strong gets the flash, but flashes himself. Looking to go over the top though. Pops that ace. The ace will hit hard though as he go for the pop. 10 kills though for our VIKÜRVI Sports. Let's see if he can take it down to a 1v1. He's going to get another kill on the board though as he baits it out. I think Extends knows he's going to go and he split their way down. VIKÜRVI Sport will control it. 11 kills, 21 points though go on. And oh my god, win or die. Nearly took that chicken dinner. VIKÜRVI Sports though, they were controlling for quite some time. Oh, not very, very strong. Though with that 11 kills, damage and assist were looking really, really good. Rest of the leaderboard though, how big shout for them. 8 kills on the board. Couple of 2s, couple of 3s, but nice 8 from Exalt. I feel like Exalt were the ones having to be forced their way in towards zone. They're having to chase their way, and that's like DA fight. We sort of have to take on SRM, then we sort of have to take on Twisted Minds themselves. Good game. Exciting game, I'll give you that. As I always find with the esports server, I always find it very hard to exit. Don't forget guys, we're on a 25-minute delay. Hopefully everything was all right for game number 1. We are going to take a quick break. I'm going to wait for the leaderboards though to update and kick out for me. If they do kick out correctly, we'll start seeing the damage, the kills and the assists though from those players, from those teams on the break screen. But for now, let's take a quick break. We've got another mirror mark coming up. It's a best of 12, and while you got the time on the break, exclamation mark join. You only need one person to click it, as it does come out of a raft of text. We do have or been sponsored, should I say, for our fantasy, Twilight Fantasy, PEC and PAS. They are separate things. If you haven't got a paid account, you can't join more than one private, but there are prizes up for grabs on both. Mostly Gaming giving away a hat, flat account for them, doesn't matter where you are, we'll get it shipped out to you. For the winner though, we'll be doing first, second and third place will be Steam gift cards. Join in for their Discord to find out more information. But for now, exclamation mark join, get your team, get it made. We're going to bring up the stats and facts though as the course goes down. But for now, take a quick break and I'll see all you guys in about 5 minutes.
They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna set yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Hey guys, welcome back. Very quick, that's obviously to just double check a few bits and pieces when it came down to that leaderboard. But I do want to have a quick look at this before we go into the games. Obviously, VIKÜRVI Sports though do lead the way. 21 points for them. 11 kills and placement obviously wrapped up at 10. How with 13, as we not die, do bag for 12 points. Exalt though do find themselves in 4th though. So, our 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are the prizes of where we're looking. But it is only game number 1. It is best of 12, as I said. We do have another 11 games to play. Our second game, though, is going to be coming up, though, and it will be another Miramar. It'll be a final Miramar, though, for today. So sit back, relax. It'll be the last time you get to see the sandstorms. I'll see you guys in a second. Game number 2. Easy. It's going to be like a little bit of a bit worse flight path, should I say, from this one. As we'll be coming again from a east to west, but does favour this south side. Does really force teams into a more of a difficult area. But again, I'm going to say with a big but, guys. Recently, and you've seen it on the big stage. You've seen it here on the Mark Power little stage. It does also not be subject to the flight path. For those that are not aware and they're new to the esports, back in the day, the flight path would whiz through and that first zone pop had to touch the flight path. Now, it could have just touched that line, just a little bit, just a little kiss of the line, but it had to touch it. Since Tego came out, that completely stopped it. Whoever went Tego, they clearly threw some special code in there to go, hey, let's just throw the casters, because it's not subject anymore. Phase number 2, though, obviously phase number 1's random. Phase number 2 is also random, still within that, I believe. And then we see it sort of work its way down. There is an algorithm. We do see the unplayable train, though, go down. That last game is an example where I thought it was going to play a little bit more towards that south because there's a little bit of unplayable train. So I thought that phase 3, phase 4 shift was going to be a little bit further away earlier. But eventually it did go back that. It did give me a little bit of a room for a bit of messing around. Some opportunity that actually I was going to miss some of the action. So I apologise. There's only little old me, peeps. And obviously with little old me, doesn't mean we are going to see. Now, the zone does give us the through the flight path, which is good. Does mean we get that sort of Impala. And actually, Fuzzface, though, from the Woo, I think he'd be quite happy with this one. He's already working his way back now. Impala's an interesting town. I don't mind it. I do find teams can hunker themselves down pretty early on here. And with that fortification, the high ground, I think we're going to see some people get those e-pickups, those emergency pickups. They're going to take to the high ground. We're going to see that above the east-hand side of where Fuzzface is at the moment. We've also got some really good high ground a little bit further in that we will see some teams kind of clamber their way here. This will be a first come first served. I think with this style of zone we might see teams trying to get these pickups, maybe even sending one player over going, actually, do you know what, we need to get out of here as quick as we can. We'll take bad zone. Teams, though, are just having a quick look, give or take, depending on that flight path where it comes to that loot spot. So in Discord, they'll be putting up that loot box, right? It is it's always subject to the flight path. And there is money on the board, so they might put their flight path up. They might put their drop zones that's preferred. But it is not always guaranteed that you're going to be there. They want to try and keep the numbers up. But as I said, this is not a scrim. So with it not being a scrim, it does mean teams can crash into each other quite early. We will see fighting on the outside the closer we go down towards this best of 12. How? Are finding themselves now up on that top side. Be all right. We are going to see the Woo going to tighten themselves down. Oh, Navi. A sharp shot. What's going on, mate? It's 2 out of 2 for you. Good long old wait. Gotta really work on friendly fire, keeping those numbers up. And look, they got their top 4 placements. They got the capabilities of actually, do you know what? We was in. We weren't too bad. We survived. It got them 6th place. So it could have been very different. It could have been very, very different for that team. Hopefully this time they will maybe keep those numbers up again. And rely on playing as a 3. Footy Sports are thinking on the edge here. That Sandstorm is there, but it's not quite working its way up though. Question mark, they work their way down. Twisted Mind's going to maybe just have a little look over here. Graveyard would be a great position. DA, on the other hand, though, they are moving their way towards Sheila, who's making a lot of noise. You always be looking at this, though. Why is he popping too many shots now? I think he is just a please do not crash me. But remember, it is a competition. So a team like DA might be listening to this one going, there's only a single set of shots coming down here. We're 4 up. Co Marco might be looking at it going, do you know what? Let's crash this one. Let's make the play. Now, they are on a 3-1 split. The other 3 will hit. Sheila is looking to go, but the washing line is very hard to get underneath sometimes. A little bit of a duck, maybe, but hasn't held him up too much. DA now taking the shots at him. Goes down to a 2, but able to dodge, duck, and dive around the sandy train. Should be good to go. Now, bunny hop is over the sand dunes and far away. Trucks up again. Pod come over the top. Over the friendly fire team on the other side from them, and friendly fire going to have the capabilities of defending this one. We know this compound is going to be a crash. It is an easier crash from this side. Page needs to be really careful here. So quick for people to get on this hillside. Pixel, who was up in my fantasy league, he kind of really held my PAS team together. Pod will hear these cars now coming in, so pin. We'll go, actually, do you know what? Maybe it's not worth the crash. Roth, they're coming in from behind. Oh, they do actually hammer some shots. So get Pixel. Rofto's playing peekaboo on the outside edge. Oh, no. Question mark. Have picked him up, though. Hakatori might be reading the kill feed here and going, could be the guy that's in front of me. Question mark to try and finish it off. And it's a tight angle. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hakatori maybe come over this pretty quickly. But it's not going to be quick enough, though. Boss does get that one. That confirm is done and dusted. And feel like going to be cautious themselves. The shots now from question mark are coming back. Besto on the best foot forward. Labels out a number of shots though. Keen to just keep an eye on that map. So apologies guys, it's just a little on me today. I'm on camera, casting, everything else in between. Nixie though, even to get those shots down. Beamy does go down. Our foot had a really good game. Look how controlled those foot was. They had that 2-2 split. They held so much terrain, so much ground. They just worked their way in slowly, chipping away at the zone, as I like to say. And eventually, put him in the bag. Now, when I died, nearly put him down. And actually, if I think about it, I would have liked to see Extends maybe not pop those shots in that last kill. Felt like maybe he was down and out at this point, so he was trying to get another point on the board. I always prefer teams taking that little bit of fight. Like, maybe at those bullets in the chamber, maybe he would have taken the player right out in front of him. Maybe it could have been a win there from the other boys. SRM though, they were on a 3-1 split and they were giving Shield a bit of cover, but they've now gone for a 2-2. Looks like we are getting a full crash now. Friendly fire down to their final player now. Hakatori is down, but so is our Rocks. And Pin they have to try and hold, but our question mark team need to be cautious themselves. Trying to dodge, duck, and dive. Oh no, there's another one down. Page should be looking at this one. He should be trying to get back into that compound, reading that kill feed. Question mark looking to come and hype Beasto. And also tinkering on the edge. They're also having a look at this play. Looking out. And Doffy will get a free. And goes, thank you very much. There's a freebie. It's so weird having like 25-minute delay, I'm not going to lie. Because you guys obviously in chat, I see it popping up. I got to remember now. 25 minutes ahead of you. I'm in the future, baby. 25, though. You know, getting a lot of future. They're getting kind of a repeat. A little bit of deja vu here. It's just they lost the numbers, though. Hype Beast, though, have pushed their way in. No, they're holding the outside edge. Just Doffies driving forward. The ES Test PLH account, that is Otto. Maybe with the Sandstorm looming. That might be enough now for these teams maybe to go and collapse the gap. Also for the solos, someone like Page could use the opportunity now to get away. Maybe under the cover of sand. Works himself out. Hunker his way down and he's just going to let it bypass. No one's made the push. No one's taken the opportunity to go. Anti's also down. Here's T-Bone looking to go get that res himself as he will now get ahead of the Sandstorm that is coming their way. We'll take a wider. Oh, he ain't going to be able to get to Anti because he's higher up. Got opportunities to come down though, hasn't he? He can all his way down. T-Bone might be able to put himself in a position that he can help. That is the danger of being up high. The zone doesn't quite go to that east, does reflect back towards that west, and PCF, DA, teams that held out, SRM held out for the capabilities that it might be coming their way. They now need to defend themselves, but talk about defending themselves. Page those on the defense himself though. Noik though does get though a blue zone nade follow up with a big nade though, but pin on the fight as well. And we do see Pod. They eventually go down and out. Hype Beast on the other hand though, they are making a push though. Do you get Page as he can play his head? Just peekaboo around the other side, taking the crest a little bit further down and around. Bit of a spectator's blip, but it is what it is. On the outer edge, right in. Shots there come through, and Noik will end it down. Pretty far. Don't go first. 15th place for them. Big fight now in the middle of the Woo against the How. Entropic on the third party. Diffix is down. Ibby's now trying to hold up at the top of the stairs though. Nades will come through. We are seeing. Unfortunate though for Ibby. Unable to get down. But Nixie now coming their way in. Good shots go in through and they do hold out. Ibby and Nixie will clear that one How down and out. Nixie though from our team Entropic lurking over the edge. Does get that confirmed as Diffix goes down. That's a point on the board for them. And that sums them up to a nice little 2. Nixie though, he doesn't want to give up on this fight. Even they look though are pretty close. Now that's a great angle though. He's on the other side. Nixie going down and out. Now the shots from Question Mark. Where Question Mark go? It's like no matter where you are on the map, Question Mark are happy to take a third party action. They're happy to throw a couple of those MK shots over the horizon towards you. Now they don't going to be relying on those. Ivis will come down at 180 turn as the evac has been called and Tropic done the damage and away they go. Are we going too far? There's a Question Mark though talk about third party action. It seems always be tight. They also seem to be in a position where they can take a little bit of damage over to the teams. There's a doozy. Plays and waits, watches for our team Woo. They are down numbers, but they are in zone. Expectations that it might come back. Plays on the other hand though, they do need to work their way in. And Fex. Get over that ridge now. He will take that high side. And Fex though, that MR superstar, the man holding me in. Did I tell everyone that I'm 30th place on PEC Fantasy League globally? Did anyone? No, joking. Don't forget you can join. We are throwing a private Fantasy League though for PEC and for PAS though for the finals. It's only the finals, so my 30 place globally means absolutely nothing. I need to do it again. We've got Steam gift cards up for grabs. We've got Mercy Gaming gear as well. I'm going to continue to reach out, see what I can do. But I want to have a bit of fun. I want everyone to support the main finals as well. So if you want to get involved, have a bit of fun. Free entry. Just get signed up. !join in chat. That will give you the links to the private Twire and more importantly the passwords to get in. I definitely want to do a bit of content around it as well. I want to talk on stream about who puts their team in, etc, etc. So I want to, you know me, I like a little bit of analytics, a bit of automation, a bit of AI. Might be, you might find your team comes up on the break. Don't. Oh my, what is with PUBG at the moment? It's going. Can tear up the new area. Na'Vi find themselves in a position not too bad. Now, big question for me. SRM need to collapse maybe this 2-2 split. Looks like it is the call. Odin leading that charge now. They are under a bit of fire themselves, but will use the little dip they can. SRM will move their way across the field. The give up the compound does give opportunities for other teams maybe to go in and take a bit of real estate, take a bit of hard cover for the play, but so I'm just be hammering some shots. DA looking to take the ball just below them. Actually pick up though, going over the heads. Might be so big rotation for them. They went all the way up to minus, and that's going to pay off really because teams are going to work their way in this more south side. We are seeing more teams though on this south side approach, aren't they? For example, he is working his way down here. He is playing for them. Now Uber say might be taking a bit. Continue working their way in, but so just intrigued. I'm trying to catch and these teams will kind of crest on each other. Looks like take their way up towards the eagle's nest. Overlooks, but the eagle's nest though, an eagle waiting. Luke Rux though tucking himself in. That extends if he plays peekaboo over the top can cause some problems, but he might do some damage here. The rest of Entropic though, oh there does see extends to able to lay low, able to watch and wait still. He will now unleash some of the shots. A bit of a hit and run. But the eagle flies from his nest down to a bit more cover. Entropic though, they will be looking back this way. This eagle doesn't kind of fly. Does fall down. But hug these rocks as quick as he can. And around to try and stop any shots though. Haruzano is looking for it though on the other side. Phase. They pick up. They wait their time. I think they were hoping for it to hit mid. And the fight for the top side does happen. So Exalt do wrap all the way around. Hype Beast. So they drop the ball here, but they have allowed it. Noah on the other hand has taken a few shots himself, but he goes down. Sosto does put him down. Phase though. Woo! Emergency pick up Phase. They're in. They backfill the compound here. And Hype Beast though, they're under pressure now. Free has to run up, but receives a face of bullets. James lays the law down, and Hype Beast got no other option, but they've got to go in. They lose two. They're in a very, very difficult position now. Otto Z keys his car forward. Na'Vi will be having a look over this one, expecting for the zone to come back. Doozy plays out wide. I think he's looking for those wide angle shots as well. He wants to try and take some of the action through. Zone does tighten us up. We are getting this kind of new zone. I actually prefer this update of this area. I wasn't a fan of that kind of like plane crash. It was okay. It felt like it was that how loot spot, and that was it. That's all I kind of ever knew it as. Nothing really else from there. So, dude, I think it's a playable train now, playable endings. Foot, esports though, you know, using the opportunity now to blow in, and with Doozy playing out to the other side, maybe just taking the opportunity in case it did push over towards that side. Might find the ability now to try and hold. Doozy though, he's wide an angle. I think he's just trying to pick up though. Phase coming out. Just going to pop a quick tab on him, as I'm really intrigued to get back to this fight in the middle. DA versus PCF. PCF though, I've got a knock code. Marco is down. And I can't really do much for it. They are down to a 2. Lauren looking to try and get that first. Not going to really work out for him though. T-Bone taking some shots as our SRM team though on the defense. He's back on the other side though. Phase, death from above. Now pushing on towards Exalt. Pushed in towards our team. Hype Beast. Fox saved slightly. Teams be closing this gap. He knows he's done the damage though. He wants to try and control it out though. They are pushing their way to take the other side though, but Fex up and over the top though. There's a quick, there's confirm. Done and dusted, and the wrap out from Team Exalt might be a wrap away now. Azar with the buggy will have a lot of protection, and with the loss of that front wheel, it's going to be a bit difficult for him, but he can point forward and drive in towards the zone. But it's only going to be met with Lou. Lou will hammer down the axe of that barrel, and that will send him down, but it's stolen. Na'Vi pick up, but then they soon will follow up though. Sost will go down, and Exalt will find themselves 13th place. Oh, the fight on the outside. What competition is VIKÜRVI Invitational? That's what comp is. It's an invitational event. There's $1,000 up for grabs. And nothing else. These teams that get to throw it down over 2 days is best of 12. And that best of 12 will really be first, second, third, and fourth will be on payout. They are doubling the prize pool for the next invitational, I believe. I've been told. Hashtag leak. And the top 8, they are going to be the ones. If you make yourself in top 8, you find yourself an invite already. These teams are not just fighting for prize pool, but the opportunity now to double up though on the next event. Maybe wants to take the bus. First face wants to take the speed car. Both cars though are now safe. 30 Sports though will lay down in low. Watch when we go back though. FaZe are on a second about. They are pushing aggressively. Phil first though with a one shot. He wants to come over. He does not like the opportunity that Gustav is making the play towards him. Quickly though, James over further back. Vex though will be on the anchor point though. Here comes the car. Here comes the push. Here comes the play though. James is going to be right up in the face. Question mark though are waiting. Gustav is down. He's now going to turn his action, but Na'Vi there coming up and over. Able to get that knock, but Na'Vi trying to make the play. He needs to keep going though. Doozy down, but Best is trying to hold out as best as he can. The final player now for the team. He is out. Now Fex though further afield. Then Mike had the opportunity to get this. James is going for the conversation with Vex going this last one up. There's a denial of information, but I think the pin will be enough. The nade from Vex should be good. Kobe is inbound, a little bit off. Oh, it doesn't quite get what he needs though. Now needs to get the defensive on the play though. Is Best looking to play up. He needs a bit of help from Na'Vi here. That second nade is looking pretty good. Oh, they're still not going down. The armor from question mark is questionable nonetheless, but Vex is now going to leave this one and try and find a bit of hard cover, as he will lurk his way in towards the same position that Hypebeast done just 2 minutes ago. So he's might be subject towards going down. As Hypebeast will have a little bit of revenge side for them, but Na'Vi, who've been here for a while, will be taking a few shot fixed though. He's unfortunately down now, and question mark though, you get back up to a 4. The impenetrable armor from this team. Off they pop. They'll take a fight somewhere else now. Talk about fights. Vex though won't want the opportunity now to be pushed. I think, do you know what? Hearing those cars in the background, that won't be too bad for him. Otto would end it though. Oh, it's actually Otto does the damage, but Twisted Minds get the kill on him. TB is down as well. Let's go to the fight on the other side. Let's see if Foot can do what our team FaZe couldn't do. T-Bone having to lay alone. First though on the push forwards, and nope. We're able to get some kills, but question mark, down to a 2. I'll be able to get that res, that final res. First phase, final play for them. Waiting for the smoke just to dissipate himself. We'll be overlooking this one as SRM now leaving the compound, leaving the safety, trying to get some kills here. Hugh, though, does go down as they do pick him up. Postface, though, those additional shots will be like, hey, do you know what? It's time maybe to back away. Time to find another entry point in towards zone. Does pick up, though. Seeing question mark, maybe wrapping his way back down. With DA going down, I'll give him the opportunity. If he launches nades up there, he needs to be really cautious. He's dodging and avoiding to a degree. That hard cover. So it's time to tell me he might not know exactly if anyone still remains. Zone, again, going towards SRM, and we've already seen them leave their compound trying to get some kills. They picked up 2. I just need to wait. 8 teams still remain. 3 of them are solos, really, so quite a few will need to try and tighten their way up. Let me just bring this map in a little bit more for everyone. Also, just double check. As much as you can yell at me to show leaderboard, you can't type leaderboard. Xbox One, I will bring it up for you. Have a quick look at it though, and I will, every time I will have the opportunity, I will look at the leaderboard though during the breaks. It is best of 12 though. After one game, there's not too many surprises really. Just in mind, lurking on the outside, I've been trying to do the damage. I suppose like question mark. You've been looking. Not too many surprises. PCF though, they are looking for a wider rotate now as they're going to work their way in. Fuzzface. Get the opportunity. Oh my god! He doesn't go down straight away. He gets one, he gets two. Fuzzface down on one. Gets one of the confirms out, surely. Oh my god, Fuzzface, what a laser! How did he not go down to start off with? I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was like, sure, what? Fuzzface though. Again, another play. If you haven't already, go give him a follow on Twitch. Go show him some love and support. Great streamer. Great pickup for the Woo. That team's looking good, people. With Diffix mechanically insane. Fuzzface, depth of knowledge, twisted minds with an MK. Should all make for good PUBG. SRM though, they do find their way back towards that compound now. Petornius though gets a knock on Spyro, but best will do that with win or die. I'm assuming Spyro might have been on the wonder. BCF though, after losing two, Fuzzface. Take their time. Bit of a difficult zone, really. I suppose SRM have got that decision to make. They've got that, hey, did we push out? Did we get a bit more aggressive? Did we play in towards, turn and take kills? Or do we try and hold this one out? UCF don't. They work their way forward and eventually get picked up by a tree. With that car just showing. Perfect's just having a little look down the line. I think he's expecting him to be hiding just on the outside edge. That smoke does bloom a little bit further afield, and I think he's... I can't quite see that smoke. Keep the X-ray off. I am favour for not having the X-ray on, I'll be honest. I'd like for you guys to see what the players can see. So that smoke will continue to bloom. PCF need to make a decision how they get in there. They are out, but so's Twisted Minds. It's a matter of time. Luke goes down to one shot, but he's not been knocked over, as an example, although you can see him lurking behind. Re-smoke from behind. No matter of time, really, before, for example, wants to have a little peekaboo over the top here. And I'm going to say, Na'Vi played this quite well. They've held, I suppose, the new train, the new area, really, really well. And they are just not sure no one backfields this one, though. On the other side of PCF, they'll make a bigger push. And they will go down. Then we're going to work our way now towards that top four. Question mark have been lurking, have been causing damage. 7 kills for them. But they only got 3 players. They have lost one. So, Na'Vi, on the other hand, they are looking to push out. Luke, the nade, does pick up one, but doesn't quite get it. Na'Vi's got to dodge down and duck. But like SRM, Na'Vi are not going to have the huge kills on the board. 5 for SRM. Twisted Minds, though, pick a 4. Na'Vi hold 4, but question mark leading away with a 7. I feel like the stance for question mark is just to push, right? They are just having a look here. Twisted Minds, difficult location for them now to make the plays up. Put the map a little bit bigger up in that bottom side. You can see the train. They are just about in. Torlins, though, kind of leading this charge on the other side. Sheila, though, on the outside edge, though, holding an angle. Stopping, really, a bit of a 2-2 hold. CCI is also part of that hold. And she is going to pop as many many smokes as he can. Baron Pete, though, with a wonderful noob tube. I mean, RPG. No, sorry. It's not RPG, is it? It's a Panzer on his back. Sheila, the one-man army, is just holding Twisted Minds here at the moment. 4v4, v3, v3. It's phase number 7. Very difficult game. This is where the kills are going to really happen. It's going to be very quick. I feel like coming to the end of this, multiple angles will come up. Example, though, is one of those players that could cause some huge problems. If he plays peekaboo over the top, if he's able to get away, he might go have a little look at this one now so you can hear the shots, though. Torlins is down. Odin is on those shots, though. Na'Vi, example, though, is thinking about it. The pitter-patter of the shots ahead. Little first. Interesting play. We are going down. Down to Dante, the final player now. Question mark, and that with them out. Bad number of kills, really. Na'Vi, I think they're having a look for it, though. And Twisted Minds go down. As quick as it came, all 4 teams. We did tab ourselves out pretty quickly. Mel on one side, though. Na'Vi have a nice split. Odin be kind of aggressive. Let's go shoot on the other cam as well. RV having the zone now for the first time. SRM having to leave, and from a team that was only on 2 kills, have found themselves on a whopping 11. So time served. You always worry when teams push out compounds. You always worry when they extend out a bit too far. They might get caught here. Well, trying to come up and overload. Plays peekaboo for them. Can't allow SRM up onto this bridge line. They have, though. Well, needs to be cautious running past. The footsteps should be heard. They'll try and get on the defense now. Have to run his way back, though. Down to a one-shot now. The other remaining players, though, have to try and hold that. Example further back here. We've seen Ireland making the play forward. Melt is now down. Comes out the smoke on the other side, and it goes down to that final player. And SRM are looking good. GG's 14 kills. And wow, what a game. From a team, as I said, that was on 2 kills to start with. In that compound, they actually came out, and as I said, I'm really worried when you see teams like that leave areas, leave compounds, because you're like, oh, could go either way. They could get caught. They pick up the damage, they pick up the kills, but then more importantly, they pick up the assist. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. SRM get match number 2. Good game. Good game, really, all in all. Bit of a manic game, actually. As I said, a lot of teams are getting caught sometimes in that zone, favouring the ability to try and wrap out. Apologies, everyone. Obviously, I'm at a 25-minute delay. This is the VIKÜRVI Invitational Cup number 1. As I said, top 8 will get invitations number 2. And sneaky league, though, it's double prize money, so $1,000 up for grabs. So first, second, third, and fourth are getting the payouts. So it's going to be an interesting one. Best of 12. But for now, let's take a quick break. I'm going to try and get some of these automations working a bit quicker so we can get the leaderboard. And during the break, we can get the damage for our top 10, I suppose, kill leaders or twire highest picks. For now, quick break. I'll see you guys in a second.
Then I'm on side, wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
I love it. I love the emotes for teams. Yes, I still love the woo one. Yes, I do. Anyway, no waffle for me during the break. I was just waiting for the leaderboard to update. And I asked the guys just give me an extra minute or so before, because it is pretty tight for leaderboard and lobby to go. Which awesome. Can you give me? Yeah, it's really close. Basically, it's really close in between game update and me waffling about it. So, playing path though, exactly the same. They are this sort of east down towards this sort of southwest, but again, it doesn't really favour that sort of next side. And we'll repeat myself: eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Will be sort of subject to this next zone. Now, 20 seconds before that zone does show, 20 seconds before we get the opportunity to see where we are going to go with these tight flight plane paths. Really looking at some of these teams that are parachuting really close. Pod over Exalt, but we also have PCF in the mix there, as they came out pretty late. Rest of it's quite early, quite free. I'd like to see our friendly fire team at least keep 3 to 4 up going into later game, not leaving it down to a 3 or having to fight their way out of the zone. Let's shift a little bit earlier on, just go down towards the bottom side. We are going to see the Bears get hunted down by win or die. But it is all going to come down towards the madness that is VIKÜRVI. VIKÜRVI, for those that haven't known, I haven't seen on the main stage, or I might have said my little stage. It is hectic. It is a interesting map. I feel like the teams haven't quite got the timing just yet on it, so you do get subject to a lot of, I'm going to say, not rotation kills. It wasn't like Tego. Tego's all about those rotation kills. All about unfortunate rotations getting caught yourself. Oh, Monodot, I think, does see him at that last second. He's going to go for a little bit of a cheeky defensive play. As if I was him, I'd go a little bit further than that to catch him on the floor. But, you know, close in. Exalt, I feel like I'm going to maybe leave Monodot out. The rest of them are a little bit further afield. We'll have a little peeky look over that in a second. But I think he's waiting, he's watching, listening for these teams now to sort of play. And so, yeah, back to sort of VIKÜRVI. Phase 1, Phase 2, yeah, you might get some early fights like this. But then that Phase 3 shift, because the train, we've got these like mountain, and it does retract back to some of the high ground quite a bit. But what we do see is that when it retracts back to that high ground, people try and fight for what they've got. And if they leave it too late to get some real estate, leave it too late to climb to these sort of Everests, they will eventually find themselves down and out because they're fighting on the outside edge and it becomes battle. So high kill games really from VIKÜRVI, but we're going to get an early fight. Here comes a flash. He's having a look. He's going to line his shot up. So he does get caught and they will take a sneaky look at that and will defend it. Art, though, on the other hand, has come back. Oh, he's been caught himself, so needs to get isolated on the defensive. And Exalt on all the reinforcements. So Monodot's able to hold as PCF can't quite raise the high ground. There goes another molly, so that'd be enough maybe just to slow him down, maybe enough to stop. Oh, he jumps out and gets there. Shotgun on one. They've got to be cautious now. They've got to make the play as quick as they can. But Exalt, oh, here, Resdo is going on pretty quickly. And everyone goes down. So Celtic, they're going to try and get this res as quickly as he can. Does get the res, able to pop a few shots through the door. Might be enough, but does have a little window that he can play out. He's having a look here. Another one down. Goes around the other way. And, oh, PCF left it too long to push. And as a result, find themselves now down to a solo. Fenderlost is a bit too far away for a crazy push. That's an early death. An early team down and out. I think try and pick up this rotation. As Roth sending it into the drink. Yes, mate. I did catch that. Oh, terrible. It looked good, though. It did look good, mate. Maybe the guys won't follow the same path. Pixel is not opting to follow what Roth did in the shots, though. Ferris might be a little bit dangerous, though. He's high ground. We'll have shots on him. But yeah, he used the bridge just enough to get past. Picks win the drink as well. He holds on. There's number 2 down. Friendly fire. Maybe it's driving on the wrong side of the road thing. I'm not quite sure, if I'm honest with you. It's 2 out of 2 for that team. Needs to be cautious. I need to mute that in my ear. He's having a look. There he has picked up one. Shots though do come out. Maggie is on the pickup. Lucky. Hopefully one of the drivers will be decent. Let's see if Maggie will put it in the drink this time. I wouldn't trust these two again. Roth and Pixel sending it into the drink. They should be clear. And away they go. Not very interesting though. He's trying to get ahead of him. Look at this Mel. Repositioning around. I think Mel's just playing peekaboo. Spotted, I feel. The shots are coming this way. Try to take the shots though at pace. The one who can't hammer shots back. Friendly fire. They are playing that edge play still. I think the bait here, I quite like that bait. The car continues forward though. Page working his way up. DCF though eventually going down. As Twisted Minds pick up the last ones for free. For Exalt 1 for Twisted Minds. Early though, phase number 1. Not even hit. And 2 cars down in the abyss thanks to friendly fire. Oh, as I said, it's a little fight for compounds early. Pod on the shots though. Shook off the for FBP view, so apologies. Hit the one button. Pin no further back though. Jory though. It's in the air. Living a dream. We will take from the high ground. They're also going to take some bears out. Bears are dangerous. They are rapid. I'll tell you that. And get those bear emotes out in chat. We know we love them. King of the bears. Hopefully the best. Oh, Diffix, mate, you are brave. No way would I be in here on the bears. See them. Look at it, mate. Diffix, watch out, mate. You're gone. Big bear. Diffix, run, mate. He's a young one. Got the bear stuck. Oh! Bear hits him hard. Diffix is going to go down. Bear runs away. One shot on the bear. It's 1 HP. Diffix nearly goes down, mate. Nearly gets bed. Jeez. Diffix, you're crazy, mate. Yes, hearing all the action. Now hearing the roar of the bears. Hey, this is why I got that bear remote. Get it in, chat, Pete. I love it. A bear nearly took Diffix down, mate. The woo was nearly bared out. No bare necessities for them. They do take an element of high ground. They've got to be cautious, though. Hakatori, though, taking some shots. So you've got to be cautious between Team and Tropic. He will continue to rotate further afield. Have that little cheeky look back here. Zone. Oh, far out, but find some down phase. On the other hand, though, we are finding our way in zone. Hit the dirt road. Just off his lead in the charge phase. Good recently. He's holding further back. He's a little scout forward there. See, have a look in this sort of south side of the zone. Oh, there's another bear down. Dixie, don't kill the bears. It is all about this high ground. It's all about the terrain. Wasn't well. Now, risk versus rewards. There are information. There is crates info here. We see level 3 lid though comes out and level 3 vest. A bear risk difficulty going down. Level 3 gear. Gotta take it. Gotta take it, right? The room. Yeah. Good spot. I'm looking at this spot, waiting for the zone to play. And it goes for the high ground in the middle, actually. So how? They should push over towards the other side, maybe. It's a broken compound. I've seen a lot of teams get defeated quite quickly from here. The high ground on the other side of it will really be waste, shall I say, towards them. Question mark be popping. Yes, question mark are 100% popping at the moment. Dropping though on the outside. 4 strong, but they still hold a 2-2. They're expecting this zone to come back. VIKÜRVI Sports are also looking good as well. SRM wrap a little bit round on Beamy as he's trying to pick up MK in hands. He's got the silencer on it. The connection shots on there. As FaZe all wrapping their way in. They all sort of crest past VIKÜRVI Sports, and again they'll be looking for some high terrain. Looking for the opportunity to get a little bit further in, but they are going straight towards our Twisted Minds team here. Spyro, Org, swapped over. FaZe, he might have identified that and taken the little snowy dunes around this team, but there's not many more places left. Rexy will pull up. He will put up straight in front of the Mads here, but he is between them and Twisted Minds. Going to be really cautious now how I want to try and play out on this top buy side. Like we are getting friendly fire though. They are getting the knocks though this time. It's so good to see them, not first down and out. Do love the boys. You know, friendly fire. Good team. Love support. Got that knock. Example is down. Don't know if Navi's going to be able to get to that. I think Magi's just having a little look forward, little sniff at. Can he get that confirmed? I've seen it. I think he's just trying to figure out where these other players, where these shots are coming from, but doesn't quite connect exactly where they need it. Flare will go up. Roth will retreat back. Will die. Big split for them. Kind of a 2-2 as Exalt do take this sort of south side. These teams are kind of finding a home. 15 teams. We only lost the 1. Question mark. He was looking so good. Freedom of movement really on that last game. Getting caught slightly here. Best one of those players. He'll be up in that top spot. Really looking for those kills. Drop it though. Take a bit more of a methodical approach, we say, towards the zone. Now, so Mad was right there. 3-1 split didn't really work out for them. I thought they were going to play over towards the Mad and maybe further in, but they choose to hold the high ground. We're expecting that it's going to come back towards them. Confirmed done. Roth though puts that point on the board a bit further afield. We do find Fuzzface is down. Ibby is also down. There's question mark. And now starting to spread their wings. Oh, Fuzzface, that is cheeky. Trying to give up that level 3 lid as a... Nope, he does get a spot. Nothing goes past Phil first, but I'm going to evacuate out of here because the snowstorms are on their way. And I don't mind him this early on. I can let him go this early on, but a little bit later, guys. Not happy. Not happy. I had one the other day that took up the whole of the final zone. The teams who weren't in the zone were not in the snowstorm. They're able to sort of push in. Zone continues to hold up this high ground, and the Woo leading away. So the man who took on the bear, him and Nixie, I'm going to try and take on the Wolves. This is the Howl Pack. It's right in front of them. They are in that trench warfare now. You normally find teams or players holding out this outside edge, but be cautious. Diffix on the other hand, though, Nixie does get ruined though. Let's go for the others and look out though, as we are seeing the nades. They've been prepped. They haven't been prepped just yet. Smithwood really holding his ankle. Long distance shots are coming from behind. FaZe looking like on the third party action though. The fix goes down. Nixie does back himself up here. He has to push forward to go for one to play peekaboo though, but he gets him down to a 1 shot. Less than 1 shot. 0.5 shot. FaZe really drove that. They're going to be now trying to conquer the last. That zone does shift a little bit further south. But we'll make the play also as Twisted Minds got a bit of a wider split. And that wide split has been subject to a couple of knocks themselves. So they're not going to be able to get these reses on. And for esports though, looking like they're going to conquer a little bit further field. It's hard to get that confirmed. And Lou is going down. How eventually going down out. FaZe do clears that one. Although is on the hump. Nothing question mark on the adjacent side. Also hunting their way down. Gonna die. Find somewhere to go. Oh, perfect though. Does pick up his man. But jumps his way back. Doesn't quite get the 360 spin into safety. Twisted Minds on their final player. Forces. I love this. Look at that on the map. Foot Esport instantly collapse. Instantly go. Do you know what? We need to defend here. Stop any kind of push though. Twisted Minds can take the opportunity. Be a knock and push away. They are going to try and maybe get Spyro. I think Spyro's made the call that he's got a player right on top of him. It's Quizzy. Spyro trying to keep his boy alive. Twisted Minds on the other hand will continue to work their way around. There's not much left though. 12 teams with 42 players left alive. Isn't too much, and this is where we start seeing this outside play, because the hillside in the front is where safety is, but getting there is the expectation. Can't quite work your way down. Question mark though on the bigger push though. Native though does get one down, but he goes down, and Tropic though will fall down to a 2. In the bear cave themselves, so underneath, they're not quite on top though. Question mark should be able to get the reses in. Now we do see Foot working their way back, so after consolidating back, they will conquer, and lucky enough though, Twisted Minds. I do actually keep this one alive. Perfect. We'll try and lay low. Let's tab him up though in case we do get some action from him. As I feel like the defensive hold now. Doozy not exactly where they are, and zone shifts further afield. They've got to get going now. Ivis is down and out, and Doozy is having a look at this. We are losing the high side on phase after that push, after that conquer. That great third party really that we saw. So trying to come off the back on towards How. Really has favoured them, and they now find themselves centralised zone. Brute has done a lot of the hard lifting or heavy lifting there. Odin, Dante, that's having a little bit of fun. They're whipping shots over at each other though. And Pods getting a bit aggressive after going out a little bit earlier in that first game. Pod is a strong team. I think a team that's really underestimated. Continue. Oxo just loves looking at the inside here, and kind of interesting to see what Otto does, as he has the MK, but he has a Na'Vi team right in front of him. MK can hit pretty hard though. Here goes one. Gonna try and go for the Thirsty Thursday, not able to quite get it. Oh my god, what a spin! MK and P90 Otto, that is disgusting behaviour though. And it's stolen. Fex though picks up one and a steal, as Na'Vi will go and fall to a 1. 12 teams, phase 4. More teams up. More teams have got heavy util. We saw that Famous a little bit further back. You are going to have to see now. Team in Tropic have to come out the caves. Bears themselves. Lucrox is down. Mixie final play for them as he will dodge, duck, and dive back to cover. Has the opportunity now to get the res as best, trying to work their way forward. SRM and our team in Tropic, though, aren't really helping each other. Big Nade, though, will go in. Doesn't quite play as close as it wants to. Splash back. Does get the re-knock needed. They are losing numbers. I think he's actually spotted. Best is right up on the bear cave now. Going to take the opportunity now to get the res again, but Best also needs to take 2 seconds to get. Stay with Best now. Pushing his way in. Lucrox though is down. Best though does not have much time as the blue backs down. Oh, couple in the face. Oh, great, mate. Under the cave, far away. Nades will descend. Got to take out the blue. He's got a car. Or heads on the board. Kind of will take the car and just maybe go for a send. It is phase 4, so it will tickle a little bit. SRM will not allow anyone really to get in. It's going to be cautious. But give him that. Maybe SRM have got other problems, and they'll have other problems as T-Bone 3 times Orc. And look into the soul of SRM. Baron Peak though, here's the pitter-patter on the snow. Kraken is now taking the shots though. The snow doesn't quite offer as much of a free line of sight though. Nades are coming back for him. Nades are going forward though. Needs to be cautious though, as he is still on the outside. Does get as Baron Peak though picks up fast though. Should be able to get a knock. He does. T-Bone though whipping back the other way. CI next be next to go down for him as he'll spin back into action. Going to be down towards Ansi. Phase will be interesting to go. The zone leaving this area. Phase number 5 underway. Util as the Kobe nades will leave. As an uphill battle. He should get a bit more splash damage on. I feel like they're going to rain fire a lot better downhill. T-Bone Store trying to stick the res. He does get it. As Vard get the opportunity now. The team outfits from FUT Esports, and they're going to be able to disengage. T-Bone really a key player in keeping the boys alive. Should be able to get the res. FUT Esports though, as quick as they came, as quick as they leave. And Na'Vi are also going to go down. Let's be cautious though, because FUT Esports are flying over here. Can't let you see him. God, I love it. It's a bit of a dangerous zone. I'm surprised they FaZe losing their numbers. On 7 kills though. James, just gonna have a look. Do you know what? It's not worth it. A lot more people hold this. We're not talking about the snowstorm is so rough in this end zone here. FaZe number 5 is going to swallow at least half of it. All the other teams being kind of forced out the other side. SRM down to a 2. Windows down to a 1. Not a fan. Even the snow. Everyone's running away from the snowstorm as well. So with 8 teams, we're on the placement point. FaZe number 5. These teams are going to be pushed to a very consolidated area. FaZe does go down. Exalt do pick up. As Page now picks up Hype Beast. Let's whip out those shots as MK. Does Famous in his back pocket as well. So if they do push this way, will be a bit of a powerhouse. Rofto does pick up Pin. That's shots on the other side. Roth is the only player really is holding that north corner. The rest of them are focused down this bottom side. Pixel, let's go a bit low. Magi is right in the middle of the mix as well. Let's see now. Hype Beast hitching that side of zone. These guys are pretty stacked. Great shots though. Magi puts down 1. Hype Beast, they need to get aggressive. They've got to push forward. They've got to take it away. FUT Esports do eliminate though our team SRM. And Hype Beasts. So you can see the head. There's another one down. Down. It's down to the 2 now. The barrage will rolling down. That should be a nice little confirm up though. Pretty much pinpoint accurate on those nades. 25. Good to see him 4 strong in the end here. Beast has been spotted. Otto will whip the shots out. There goes 1. In a second, but he goes down. Compared to Doffy's now to try and take the fight himself though. He's whipping his way further afield as he goes round to the other side. Doffy's though. Have the information. Pixel. Right on top of the rock. That's a good nade. That could cause some major damage though, but it rolls a bit too far away. And the guy's able to go, able to whip some shots back. Magi goes down 2v1 though. Pixel pops over the top. Doffy able just to duck into a little bit more cover here, and the nades will be an underarm throw. Not cooked again, so we'll be really unlucky for a play if they run into it though. But the Famous, whose Page comes off his high ground and goes, there's no way you are surviving. I need to get these meds and these reds on. And they will do that. FUT Esports though, they're rolling their way through for 7 kills for them. They're kind of looking at that question mark from game number 2. Just raining around the snowy dunes. Causing some major problems. Most other teams will be alright. On the other side. We're going to continue to whip around on the other side, but shots will now unfold. Beamy down. So, Pod picking apart though, as our FUT team extended a bit too far. They're being split either side here. Exalt and Pod causing problems, causing difficulties and issues. Exalt though, whipping some really good shots. That's a Vard out on his own. But Pod though pushing further back. Beamy is down. T-Bone the final player for them. With 7 kills. I don't know. There's the option really to really save this. Look at that. Because of the snowstorm, everyone pushed out to the other side. And this little bit of broken cover, which I wrote off. I've seen so many teams get utterly hounded from here. Actually, somehow survive. Pixel. No. Good to see friendly fire up here, as I said. Nade comes over. Pin. That's chucking those nades, but Pixel able to release one himself. Famisto will play over the top here as FUT Esports do go down. That kind of joint effort between FUT and the joint effort between Pods and Exalt and Foot was outstanding. Exalt though, running around hot coals. Does want to try and take the fight. Final play for them. They've restored, putting numbers on the board. Pin down to their final. Pods for Pin down to their final players. And Exalt have got the numbers. 9 kills for Pod though. Friendly fire do go down and out. And they are now working their way forward. It's going to go down. 11 kills so far. Can our win and die duo do enough? And this is all because of that zone. That's all because it's moving its way in. Oh. Shots rain forward. 4v2. I think there's a prediction from the mods already in chat. I feel like we kind of know where they're going to come in from. But Leos, though, wants to prove them wrong. Shots, though, will go out for them. Shots now coming over the top here. Sosto hankering that play forward, though, because he's right up in the front, though. But he goes down. He overextends just a bit too much. Final play, 3v1 now. Leos, he has the expertise. He has the drive. But he is taking that drive momentum forward as he's trying to use the smoke now just to hide his position. Good hold though from him. He's going to try and isolate another one. Does isolate another additional player. Does pick Molotov. Those who will go back around the other side. Store a 3v1 here. They do get the res now. Nade does go back up. Trying to isolate. That has done some major damage. Denial of information going around. Knows the players move back around the other side. Needs to get this knock though. Doesn't quite connect it. And Exalt will end out of Vikendi after being pretty strong. They held out in the middle. 13 kills. 23-point game. Oh my god. What a game that was. Vikendi, bit of a difficulty. And no surprise though. Exalt will pick up the kills. They pick up the steals. More importantly, they've got the damage on the board. Winner chicken dinner. Team Exalt for our game number 3. Definitely felt like that snowstorm really pushed everyone into that corner of the zone. That, I think, caused some problems and denied actually us keeping some teams further up. Foot Esports, though, great game from them. Major drive forward when it came down to some of the kills and steals on the board for them. But when it came down to it, Exalt and our pod kind of teamed up and ensured that sort of powerhouse from Foot Esports was denied entry towards that zone. Good game. It's game number 3. We'll take a quick break though. So I've asked the guys to give me an extra minute or so just so I can make sure the leaderboard is updated so I can bring it back to you after the break. But for now, we'll take a quick break. Tego is coming up next. Oh, welcome back, everyone. But more importantly, welcome to this amazing, outstanding, handsome Irish gentleman. It's been too long, but welcome in. I know you're only blessing us with a couple of games, though, Gibson.
A couple's better than nothing, and you're right, Mark. It has been
100%.
far too long, and I just can't wait to get stuck into the action. It feels like I haven't casted PUBG since before PNC, but how are things going tonight? I've heard we've seen some good performances from Sarvim all night long.
Yeah, they're looking good. Them footy sports and sort of question mark. Actually, that'd be a nice little transition. Let's have a quick look, though, at that leaderboard. Just to kind of remind the viewers what we're playing for. We're playing for $1,000 up for grabs. They're paying out first, second, third, and fourth. But more importantly, they get the opportunity for a top 8 to get back in for the Invitational for the second time around. Now, the second time around will be double bubble. So they're doubling that prize pool. But at the moment, Footy Sports really driving away. Didn't get the chicken dinner needed in that last one because that team up between Exalt and Footy Sports, but they're able to close out. Exalt, though, do close the gap with that win and find themselves 31 points. SRM do on 29, and we do have 26, though, for win on die. So, as it stands, leaderboard, not too bad. Not too bad. Lots of heavy hitters, lots of single teams really isolating out a few, I suppose, driving those kills. But we're about to move into Tago, and we know, Gibson, that Tago can be a bit of a hectic map.
It is. Look, it's a map that, I've been looking forward, or that I was looking forward to seeing in, but I was very worried about how it would play in the competitive pool.
Yeah.
I actually liked the way it's played. Like, at the start, I thought it was way too hectic. You were looking at games ending in phase 4, phase 5 in a lot of regions, but thankfully, teams have finally got they've got a hang of where people are going to rotate, where they're going to rotate from. The drop spots have more or less been sorted out globally at this point as well. So, I think it's going to be fun, but again, it all kind of stems over what side of the map the circle goes, because you've got those big rivers, and they can be massive for determining where teams rotate early on.
It's all about those rotations, about those rivers, but we'll have a look. We're going to get ourselves into that plane, because we've got, I suppose, our Tago. It's going to be a game at number 4. It's coming up. Here we go. Flight path, though, is a opposite way. First time we're getting a northwest down towards the southeast. Not a bad flight path, really, Gibson, because it does offer a lot of teams capability to get to their primary drop spots. But it is in the tournament. It is an event. There is money up for grabs, and we've already seen a couple of teams go down early, and one of those teams were Friendly Fire. But this time, they take to the early drop, and they get a bit of freedom up in that northwest corner.
Yeah, and Friendly Fire, of course, team that I'll be keeping a close eye on over the course of today and tomorrow. We've done a lot of work in NA, so people know I have a lot of love for Roth and Magi. And of course, Pixel's okay. Pixel knows I love him, but you look at the way that the drops have come, Mark. You've got 3-4 teams that have gone for that northwestern island. The rest have gone for the main area land. FaZe, of course, taking Buxan Sa, great position for them to build out on. But in about 5 seconds time, you find out who the real winners are. But look at Terminal. We've got ourselves a hot drop between Pacific and the Woo, and Fuzzface is already taking a bit of a beating.
Oh, it's going to be shotgun-centric in his. Vendelos, though, lays down that S12. Nixie is down, but they have lost 2-3 as they go down to the final. The final is RPG'd up to the max, though. He needs to spin his way round, trying to get over any information. These down players will be looking to get as much as they can. RPG in the face, he gets it!
He who shall not be named, Fuzzface, with the RPG from range. Ibby and Fuzz will get those confirmed, but Voldemort now in a bit of a race against time. Fender lost a little bit too far away to potentially get rezzed safely. You can see him off in the distance, but look, I love the aggression. There's a lot of money up for grabs here, Mark, and you got to try take points where you can get them.
Points do equal prizes. Prizes equal money in this case. And looks like our Unleash of Hell came out. I actually thought he was going down with that. I've seen players a little bit further away. The fix though does go down. Voldemort puts it down to a 1. Oh, he shotguns him around the corner. It's down to a 1v1 as he will try and get another confirm up. Fender Lost though is still not confirmed. He has the capabilities of getting that res though, but the Woo have to make a call here. Gibson, they need to make a decision. Do they get the res themselves, or do they wait for him to come round? If he is going to look though, Pre-fire comes through that nade, posted through the letterbox perfectly, and the Woo will go down. Wow! I did not expect them to come out with that, especially being 3-man up to a solo Ranger.
What a bit of play from Voldemort. Yes, we can talk about the Woo being way too passive at times, but look, anytime you win a 1 versus 4 against a team like the Woo, you got to give credit to Voldemort. He got the first one with the RPG, huge nade coming through, and let's not talk about that shotgun either. Big plays from him, and while that was going on, the zone did center up on that main island towards the south. FaZe still looking pretty good with that drop spot, but you can just see Entropic are making their way up, and they're getting themselves in a bit of a battle here with win or die as well. We've got the Dragonov, which I love being added to play. Mark, what are your opinions on the Dragonov?
Oh, I do like the sound, right? Sound out the box. Love the sound. Great. Very distinctive sound across the map, right? And then we saw everyone kind of testing it at the beginning. It made a kind of everyone was going for that 7.62, and at that time, because I was like, is this going to be like the new change? If they make the gun that's going to bring people back, lure them away from those 5.56. But one thing I will say, it hasn't lured everyone away, number one. But number two, I've actually seen people carry 5s into the later zone Gibsons because of that such high hit damage in that sort of 110 meter range and below. You wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Lyron hitting with the MK, but actually when we get to those later zones, he might swap over to that Dragonov though, because it hits so hard with a level 2 lit.
It's just one of those things. The more weapons they add to the game, the more layers, the more complexity it adds to that decision making. We've seen some good guns added. The aces come in. A lot of teams you'll see using that from time to time, particularly in NA. Again, it doubles down on 7.62. Yes, it takes up a lot more space in the backpack, but 7.62 does hit that little bit harder. Now we're in that situation where DA, they're going to sit in this long-range gunfight with win or die. They'll trade shots back and forward for, the next 5, maybe even 10 minutes, depending on what way the zone goes. But this is all, a good thing to see for both of these sides, because you're giving yourself a little bit of advantage in later game. You're destroying level, the best. You're destroying the helmets, and that can all be telling as we move later and later into the game.
Well, you mentioned, though, coming into this one, obviously this map's growing you 100%. I feel like people have learned this map a lot more now. And the Kenji's still a bit mad. It's still new. People are still trying to figure it out. But I feel like we now have that kind of, we know those rotations. We know how to get in. So teams are surviving longer, which I feel like is making for a better new addition, should I say, towards esports. And I can't even say new addition anymore because it's kind of old school, really. But I do like the map. I do like what it brings. I do like that different dynamic that we're offering now for the viewership and, more importantly, for the players.
Exactly. Look, PUBG esports had been very much the same for 4 or 5 years. Same 2 maps in the map pool. Now we've got a couple more added in. I'm still massive Vikendi lover. Can't wait to see how that fully plays out. But win or die, they've decided to get a little bit aggro on this one, so I didn't expect the push, but here we go. Og in the hand now as they begin to push in. Quizzy, of course, one of my favourite players to watch play. He spots out Huth. He does have a nade, and you've got that letterbox window, Mark, if he does want to bounce the nade off of it.
Yeah, he just doesn't know exactly where he's gone in there. I think the logic is right there. You put it into that corner window and go down, but he will lose the element of surprise. I think he's hoping for him to come back out on the other side, but it is a time because other aren't risking their way in. Now to put himself on the other side, they're just walking out. See the gun sort of play peekaboo on the outside, so now he has a bit more information as to where they are, but he's still having to shimmer his way into a bit of safety. Kind of like Quizzy's play at the moment. It could be high risk, high reward, but at the moment, as it stands, he's still laying low. He's still watching and waiting as DA fully claps.
Yeah, Huth is going to fall to Quizzy, and that will reveal his position as Metralius begins to wrap his way around. Defensive nade toss, but Code Marco and Metralius will work in a tandem to try clear him out. Quizzy spotted, doesn't have time to pop the first aid, so he's a little bit trapped now, and he needs some support. Sprints across, but Code Marco's able to find that kill. He needs Hyruzen to step on and give him some support, but Code Mark picking up that point, and it's essentially a 2 versus 2 now, but here comes the reinforcements. 3v2.
Not bad, 3v2. Code Marco is a dangerous player. We're spitting back to the corner. He's been fully flashed. Doesn't quite catch him. Oh my days. I thought he was going to pick him up at the end there, but he is able to hold. And the final player, though, gets the lid shot off, though. Lyron, a strength for DA. Does get one down. He's going to have to duck his way into cover, but it's not going to be for long as DA do get eliminated. 15 plays for them. Win or die. They didn't make light work of it. I'll say that. And I will say, is another fight, another crash, another hold for some real estate. Real estate is gone as FaZe does hold. Luke Rux is down and Mixie is bleeding out. So limited time now. FaZe also, like DA, they're going to try and collapse down as quick as they can now towards this battle.
Yeah, and you saw Entropic sneaking up a little bit earlier on the map feed. Pre-fire coming through from Nail Up onto Gustav. Will hold him back for just a moment, but that res has come through. Peeks out the window, a little bit more damage done this time around, but we see a trade as Corexy is going to fall, but great shots on the Nail Up from Fex as that leaves it all down to Mixie. Can he mix things up with this nade as he drops it underhand over the edge of that wall, but Fex taking just 44 damage. Another nade tossed on through as Mixie needs to get aggressive now. His back completely open to anybody from the south, and well, his front spotted out as well. He does get the knock on effects from beyond the grave, but FaZe will be able to get both of those reses up and trick a little destruction for them as they tried to crash onto FaZe.
And for a couple teams already going out, we've only got 13 remain. Does give us a little bit more freedom. I suppose that freedom of movement we would have wanted from Vikendi, but as, with the understanding of this map and understanding of the strength of the compounds, I think these teams are looking like it's going to play back to that river. We do see a player to that top. We also see it very much on that west-hand side, and SRM, final player now goes for them, down and out, and they'll take 13 players. So, correct myself, 12 teams now reign, 43 players left.
Yeah, and while all that was going on, Mark, Friendly Fire finally rotated into the zone. You can see them coming. Oh, Luke finishing out Schofield, but you can see them rotating towards the south. So they've wrapped all the way around that bridge over on the west. They've come into the south of the map, and they're actually going to find that whole section completely vacant. So by rotating in before the phase closes, by going the long way around, they've actually got themselves a lot of space inside the zone. And that's something that Friendly Fire could use to build on, currently sitting in 7th in the leaderboard.
Yeah, you've got to remember it's best of 12 and the zone does shift away. It's knows it's a best of 12 now. There's Friendly Fire doing all that hard work, working their way down. Noak's trying to do the hard work now, and he does eventually get his Mel whips out on the other side. Going down, level 3 Vest is going to be helping them out to a degree, but Navi, I think they need to do something a little bit special here. And yes, it is best of 12. Yes, we've only hand of 3 games, so there are still many to go, but this is maybe the time, especially on day number 1, got to really make something happy. So Navi not disengaging just yet. I think they're having a second guess, having a second thought whether they want to make the push. I suppose with the denial of information, not knowing exactly where all those players are, Navi might be making the call now to get back into zone, go back the way they came.
Yeah, rotate north, go around terminal, make your way into the zone in a safer spot than this one. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Navi going into the end of this year, Mark, because since they won PGC last year, they've been incredibly inconsistent. You know, we've not seen that same level of performance from Navi consistently. And this is, I think, a very important couple of months for them.
Yeah, all eyes on the global stage. Now, obviously, with BBL not performing and getting through, I think there'd be, again, another team which all eyes will be on. Actually, I dread to feel like if BBL might fold without the results, and Navi, if they don't do what they need to do now coming to the global stage, it does mean that they might be all eyes back on them again. So maybe reshape the roster. Uber leaving them. He's with Exalt, but not playing today. Mel actually getting hit hard. I actually thought he came from the other side, but it didn't. Actually down. I think he lagged out. He's way too still for that. Looks like Friendly Fire going to take the rotate a little bit further afield. So yeah, all eyes on a lot of teams coming now into PEC and PAS. And more importantly, Gibbs, you need to get yourself in our private leaderboard though. You've got a few giveaways for the finals, PAS and PEC. I'm just saying, right? I'm 30th in the world at the moment, PEC. Just in case you didn't know. In case I haven't told you 1,000 times already.
Yeah, but Mark, this is what happens whenever you eat, sleep, bleed, and dream PUBG all the time. You know absolutely everything there is to know. You always do pretty well. Kobo usually does pretty well on those leaderboards as well. The players that I would pick always do well, but I never do it because I'm a really bad loser, Mark. I don't like losing. So
gotta do it, mate. Your fans are gonna be there. They're gonna be waiting to see Gibson cast on that leaderboard, mate.
I have one fan, and it's my fiance, Mark. I've got no other fans out there. Fairest making a couple of fans of his own, though, as he gets that knock on Defender lost. Of course, Pacific a little bit weak after that gunfight, a little bit earlier. And, you know, Navi, they've got the high ground, they've got control. This is a big opportunity for Navi to get some points on the board and get a little bit deeper inside that top 10. And here comes the crash. And, well, you get the feeling that for Voldemort, it's not going to be as impressive as fight a little bit earlier on.
Nope. Gonna try and time these nades correctly. They're not coming through. Now the smoke will provide some cover. I
step the
feel like
flames,
that
he's
molly
gone.
is done. PCF extinguished. RV out. A team that's been consistent in this top 4 so far, or top 5, I think, over the first couple of games, has been Foot Esports, and they got the opportunity, they got the temptation very much to get involved and try and get a third party. But one thing I really, really like about this team at the moment is they also have the opportunity to disengage, and they will take it. They know that these are such high IQ. I like it when you see, hey, we need to get there. If that fight was still happening, we would have maybe seen Foot push onto it. It hasn't quite happened the way it needed to. They've disengaged. They now need to know they need to work on other parts of the zone and get themselves in. Navi will hold a nice position. Zone shifts further down towards that south-southwest. Teams, though, will hunker down on the outside, and we're going to see a little bit of edge play now with these style of zones.
Yeah, Pod Samulet were creeping up towards those crates as well, where Win or Die were located, and they do get that first knock onto the MK, but as you can see, not really in a prime position to take advantage of that knock. You can see Levante wrapping a little bit further on that northern side to try get in behind enemy lines, and if Levante can get this off angle, it could be a big problem for Win or Die. And you can just see Rocksmark has got the exact same idea. You can't see the players, but there's that kill coming through because Navi have rocked up their third partying in this action as they come in from that eastern side. And, well, if you're Pod Samulet now, you don't want to extend too much because, yes, you'll get the angle on Win or Die, but they're now gone. Now you got to be careful about Navi.
Yeah, it's all about... They're not going to have that information either, though. Navi's working their way around. They've read the kill feed. They've got that information from that element, but not enough, really, to go, hey, do you know what? We need to continue this momentum shift. See them completely hunker their way down. That's the right call for them. We'll now see Na'Vi work back. Na'Vi hunting those kills down, and as I said, I mean, that's a lot of that to do with they've not had the best first couple of games here in this tournament on the Invitational. They need to salvage something from the end of the day as we are working our way now into that second half. After this, though, we've only got 2 more angles to play, so they've got to make the most they can here. 3 kills at the moment, 3 man up, and 1 kill apiece.
Yeah, and those 3 points will see them climb further inside that top 10. Alia doing a lot of damage onto Itzy as he rotates past, but the Coriolis effect combined with the bullet drop not quite working in favor of Alia as he tries to get that last headshot that he needed. But what that does is lock down this northeastern side of the circle for Navi. You know that you've got Foot to the south. You know you've got Pod Samulet over towards the west. So just hold this position. Let the other teams bleed themselves out a little bit. Then make your play. Question mark, though, a team where you look at their position, Mark. Yes, they're pretty central, but it's just hills and trees. You know, they've not necessarily got a lot of space, and you've got one of the most aggressive teams in PUBG and Twisted Minds playing pretty close by.
It is a very close split. Now, we do see the zone pull back this way. I think question mark are rolling the dice, so to speak, expecting it to play back towards them. We'll find out in 8 seconds or so. Twisted Minds, yeah, they had that open ground, that open terrain, very difficult. They've got to think on their feet. We are seeing Lou making a full dash at one and only little bunker. The zone is coming this way, so Lou could cause some major problems, but he goes past. He is looking. This is the aggressive Twisted Minds we like to see. They all want to get right on top. 1 nade, and Lou's got 3 of them in his pocket. Could really pick apart question mark.
Yeah, but he needs to get quiet now, because first we'll be able to hear Lou if he begins sprinting in this location. Look, they're not very far away whatsoever. First, though, now firing towards Batulins, but Lou's got Dante right in front of him. So Spyro will try to just draw fire from Dante and a doozy, and Lou, whenever one of them peeks out across a hedge or over a ridgeline, will say thank you very much. But that zone shift is going to cause a lot of problems for the rest of these teams. And you spoke about the Dragonov, Mark. Well, we're going to see the Dragonov go head to head with the Mini 14 as Alia. It's just peeking their way, but Vard not standing still for long enough for those shots to come out.
So the Mini's got that fire rate though, so advantage will be, I suppose, on Navi's side. But if Vard spins and gets a headshot, that level 2 lead is being sent into the next game. For esports though, I've got the information now. I'm going to disengage and move further afield using this hillside as they will crest in. How does hunker down into the compound? I've got to be cautious these teams rotate around. I can see Foot kind of leapfrogging in front of Hal, just holding out one of these bowls, and that they've got to get themselves on their toes pretty quickly because the teams will try and work their way around. But good move from Foot, understanding this zone, understanding they've got the vehicles, but they can make a move back on the outside edge. So we've got Fex now taking the shots though, as Otto will go down. Soon followed up Pipe Beast and picked apart slightly, and I suppose a lot of that came down to that rotation by Foot. Stopped our FaZe team moving in. Now they're going to have to work the outside edge as well, same with Hal and FaZe all trying to get into where exactly Foot was able to get into.
They mortgaged their map on that shack. That was their decision. They put the whole house on that shack, and the zone shifted away, and that was always going to be the end result. Now, Doffy has got to try to play the survival game now. He's inside the zone. He's got FaZe nearby. If FaZe get in the shot with this fight with Foot, which they have done, and they wrap north, that could be a problem. Vard getting that knock, and well, just like that, Foot will wipe out FaZe clan, and now they've got Exalt sneaking in from the south as well. Beamy already in the DBNO status, but T-Bone will look to provide some covering fire, and T-Bone can't push for this res until Vard and Itzy wrap a little bit further south, so Beamy has just got to stay hidden for as long as possible while he's down.
Yeah, I think they're hoping as well, maybe a third party action. Don't think it's going to come from a doozy just yet. He doesn't want to look this way. But with Art getting that knock, I think he's trying to get that confirmed as quickly as he can. Anti does move further down, and that nade will go up and over the top. Will get collected slightly, but not enough really to cause any more damage. The card will explode and maybe draw some more attention. The lurking eyes, the question mark, we saw that from them early on. They are looking to wrap further down, as they will get eyes on surely Fate here, but I suppose he has this tiny ridge to play. So question mark inbound, and now with Exalt seeing that, the Dragonov though hits on some heavy shots, but no headshots just yet.
Yeah, but still it's damage. The bark of that weapon too will tell Dante that if he does overextend his welcome and peek too long, one headshot, as you pointed out, will say goodnight to that level 2 helmet. Beamy will eventually fall as Art picks up that one. Art looking off for the distance as well, but you can see question mark not content to just sit back. They know the zone has shifted, so they're stepping closer and closer now to Fate. And Foot Esports are also making that move south, so they've lost a teammate. They've got 3 men up, but they know that you've got Exalt on the edge of the zone, and you need to clean them up. But more importantly, look at this battle for the north. Navi have 2 players, DBNO now. Alia has fallen, and Fairest just trying to toss the nades over. That nade rolls a little bit, but doesn't do enough damage. Fairest will first aid, will toss another couple of smokes, and then attempt to get this res. But first, another nade thrown off towards Levante. Art gets that knock on to Vard as that battle towards the south kicks off once more, but you hear those shots coming out, and just like that, Navi are eliminated. Laza sneaking in the back door, and Itzy gets that knock onto Art as well. So Foot, you've lost Vard, you've got 1 player left for Exalt, and question mark are using all this noise to just move deeper and deeper into the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit very difficult. We know this compound stays in. We know it comes to the outside edge. Doffy's had to try and get his feet to try and get any angle, but how able to pick apart. Which does allow, though, VAR to be picked up. So Foot back to a 3 here. And you mentioned question mark only really had one objective, and that was to come in towards zone. Target locked, acquired, nades, chucks, nades out, util in, and that's an ending. No need for any kind of mortar strike because question mark had those nades locked in pretty well. Antidote going to try and take the pressure on himself, though, but I don't think he knows he's got a doozy. He does know now as the doozy unleashes that barrel. Does pick up T-Bone, so they're back to a 2 now. And he's just going to play sneaky. He's going to try and come over an off angle, try and find a bit of cover and pray that a doozy plays into that tree.
A doozy is just one player that you cannot give momentum to. He's so good whenever he starts hitting those shots, and that nade that he tossed and tandem with his teammate, absolutely perfect as him and Dante do a lot of damage. Now you've got Vard getting that knock onto first, and that's going to cause a problem because a doozy was stepping up towards the down player in 8C, but needs to rotate a different way now because Vard's position had the angle. But a doozy pushing aggressively. The res has come through. T-Bone back on his feet. 8C is going to get spotted. Great spray from a doozy. And now T-Bone will be revealed as well. And there's another one bites the dust. Vard, last man standing, down on the edge of the zone with the Dragonov. But as I said, a doozy, just a one-man army. But let's see if Vard can do the same. Laza wrapping around. Howl getting involved in the action. It's all kicking off in the south.
Yeah, it's kind of been a balance between north-south, north-south. I really like the antidote with that smoke. He's trying to stop a doozy getting line of sight. T-Bone went for the heroes res. Do like it. Do like that player. Do like when teams will try and keep as many numbers up as possible. It's backwards and forwards. Look at Dante. He's got no lids. He's got no vest. He just needs a little bit of a spray from Vard to go down here, but he takes the opportunity. That mini rains out. Enough for him to get a bit closer. Maybe he can get a few more bits and bobs. He does pick up a lid. Potentially in the vest. Vard, though, going to be reliant. He's going to try and isolate the one and only player that is outside the zone here from question mark, but he's got not many options now. He knows he's been shot in the back. He has spotted out How, I believe. He's not seen him. We will see him now, though, as the shots though are coming back, and How will annihilate Footy Sport. Top 5 again for that team. They are able and fighting. The consistency though from Footy Sport is looking really strong at the moment.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now 4 men up, 4v2, v2, finding themselves with a massive opportunity for them, but Hakatori with that MK just knocking Lou down to his knees, and big opportunity now. Pod Samlet, they know that they've got the knock, they know that they're numerically disadvantaged, but as you can see, they just don't have the ground that they need to push, so Hakatori will smoke his way inside the zone. While all that's going on, Ruurn's going to get an off angle up onto the ridge line, spots out Hakatori, says thank you very much, does a lot of damage, and eventually gets that knock as well. So Hakatori will try to cross his way, but I think Pod Samlet have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew now. And well, Rocks, not going to last long. Ruurn's going to take him down. Howl hit 10 kills as now we're into our final 3.
Look at this movement though. Question mark go from a southwest position, chasing How down. I think they're disappointed they didn't get that last kill as a doozy. It's got blood in the water. How? See if 2, they've bounced their way back as well. So if you have a little look back, they got Ruin, they'll get the open opportunity to lay down the law. That barrel store flipping out heavy across to get that spray, trying to get a Thirsty Thursday on the clock. He has a little bit of bridge to remain, but How will find themselves now going into a solo play. The 4v2v1, and I suppose the fans of Twisted Minds might be looking at this one as a this could be one in the bag.
Yeah, but don't count out question mark while a doozy is on his feet. Dante will fall to Laza as it's now a 3v1v1 of standing players. The doozy gets another TM player down, but just like that, he's going to get wiped, and now Spyro is in the 1 versus 1. Well, 2 versus 1, sorry, as that res did happen. And big opportunity though for Howl if they can get this knock onto Lou. But the longer you wait, the more Twisted Mind players they get back on their feet. That's a good nade. That'll get 1 knockdown. But as soon as you get that knock, another res is going to come through. Twisted Minds are just going to trade reses for reses. They know exactly where Laza is, and this will be a Twisted Minds win. Let's see if Laza can just get an extra couple of points for Howl.
11 kills
though. Phenomenal map.
11 kills. He needs a couple more. He's farmed so much. And from a compound, actually, you don't get a lot of kills from. You normally have to hunker your way down. You normally see teams play on that high ridge. We get that north and south all the time from these positions. Let's not write him off too yet. It should be back to a 4. It will be a 4-on-1. He's trying to be creative, using the hillside to his advantage. Plus, he's got that level 3 vest and that level 3 lead. Hopefully, no Dragonovs, though, in front of him to take the fight, but he has to isolate. He has to try and catch Twisted Minds off by themselves, and Battalions already wrapping out towards that west hand side to stop any opportunity for How to come in.
Yeah, I always say it's all about dividing and conquering from this point on, but As you can see, Twisted Minds, you've got 2 in the car just scouting it out. I think maybe did they just see Laza? I don't think they have, but yeah, he's on the edge of the zone. He's in the blue. He spots out Lou, fires his first shot, gets a nice shot on, but can't get the knock. He's going to stay in cover, get the res. Here comes the rest of Twisted Minds. They're going to try end this one here and now on the drive-by. Lou goes into the blue. That could be a bit of a problem for him as he steps on out, but no. Lou gets him.
Oh my god, I actually thought he was going to have him. Went to blue and it done so much critical damage towards him, but 9 kills on the board. I wouldn't be surprised to not have Twisted Minds all up here when it comes down to the end, because it was definitely felt like for me a how kill it was. How with 11 kills, Twisted Minds get the damage though, and we have FaZe taking the assist. A little bit of a mixed bag when it comes down to this game, but it is a winner chicken dinner, and that is very much going towards our Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very big performance from both of those sides inside the top 2. 19 points for Twisted Minds will rocket them up from 6th place right into contention for top spot. But for Howl as well, you know, you and I have spoken in depth about Howl. This is a team that we think has a lot of potential. You know, you see them have really, really big days. Like, there's days they'll play and they'll hit huge point totals, but then they go off the boil a little bit sometimes because they're too aggressive. Yeah. But if they can keep playing like this, you know, get those points on the board, get into consistent top 4s, they could do really, really well going into the end of the year.
Stepping away from Howl, because I do feel that they are a team to watch. Again, they've had a lot of I suppose, unfortunate when it comes to a couple of events. We've had injuries, from hand injuries, sickness, and trying to patch that together. Coaches having to step in is always great. Not like PNC Germany when you've got Koa as a coach and he can step in and clearly whap up quite a few kills. I do always worry about them, how they're overextending if they get caught. A couple of teams I want to mention before we hit the break for me is really Footy Sports looking good aggressively and defensively. They're able to push in and out of fights and make the high IQ plays. Question Mark also looking for a farm, and Twisted Minds also looking for a farm. So Twisted Minds, I felt like, as you mentioned, they want to try and catch up here. They want to ensure they close the gap, because it is a best of 12 Gibson, which means we've got to fight over 2 days. But for now, let's take a very quick break though. The lobby is getting booted up already. We'll come back though. We'll look at the leaderboards, have a look at some of the players' stats and facts. But for now, see you guys in a few.
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling.
Ooh, these teams want to get going. The action has been non-stop. Don't even give me time to get out and get a drink, though, Gibson. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard, though, because we've got to get ourselves down into a wrangle.
Yeah, it's always good to get the leaderboards after 4 maps on the night now. So we're getting through the day's action rightly at this point. Footy Sports still on top with 40 points, but that gap a lot narrower now as Exalt and Twisted Minds are both within 3 points. Little bit of a gap then down to Winner, Die and Hoyle, both on 30 points after Hoyle's big performance the last time around. And then you got a lot of teams in and around the 20s, all the way down as far as Hypebeasts, all 18 plus. Then you've got the teams at the bottom, and the big surprise for me right now is Entropic, the Woo, and Digital Athletics. None of those teams on double digits just yet.
No, especially when Entropic had such a good day yesterday on scrims. They put 3 games in double digits, really controlled it. They kind of felt like that question mark, that footy sports that we're seeing today. But for now, let's go throw over. It's the OG, it's the Wrangle. I've got the new video, but I'm not going to release it yet because we've still got the old one. Coming up now, it's going to be game number 5.
And here we go. We have match 5 on the night, going to Orangel as the flight path comes in from about 5 o'clock, making its way up to about 10. Zarky, the final point for any of these teams if they want to risk dropping that late, but I highly doubt it. George Paul, most likely to see a little bit of action. But Mark, as always, a flight path like this going almost through the centre of the map, pretty player favourable as all teams' primary drop spots are practically reachable from this flight.
Yeah, I think the only one really is that question mark. They don't really get that top side or Primor. So they go for an early drop, but there's no one else in military. As Hypebeast will be hit for Novo. Yeah, but you're right. Most teams are going to be pretty good here. Exalt will extend over to the 12s a bit further. Navi drop. It's named after them for certain reasons. FaZe, I do like their drop. I also like this kind of FaZe Entropic. There's been a couple of times that, dare to say, not teamed up, but because they know how well they rotate, and how the timers of the rotations, they really bounce off each other, especially taking third-party actions or teams coming through. For example, if a team comes over from that military line and they hear FaZe shooting, Entropic seem to have a player lurking around there, ready to kind of pick up some scraps from FaZe, and I think vice versa. So interesting to see where this zone goes. A couple of seconds left on the board before it gets to pop, and it goes for a potential military with a temptation, a little temptation, Gibson, that it might remain on that top side.
Yeah, the nasty circles, I like to call it, because this still can go north, but teams now have that decision to make. Now, what I will say, watch for Pod Samala, watch for Winner Die or even Footy Sports using that emergency pickup and trying to get onto that Millie Island. What they'll probably do is stay up to the north, wait as long as they can, wait for that phase 2 pop to see where it does go. Navi, of course, they're in prime position to take advantage of this. Now, what I mean by that is you keep 2 players on or by the docks, you send the other 2 across the river onto Millie Island. You keep it 2-2 split, then you can collapse onto each other if the zone drops that way. Big winners, though, are probably, you're looking at the likes of Hypebeasts, question mark as well with that Millie drop. They're in a fantastic spot. But again, Mark, you cannot count your chickens before they hatch. Until phase 2 pops, this could still go north or south.
It's that danger that it can just hold on to that east bridge for a lot longer than it needs to, and a team like FaZe can sort of lurk around there, pick up teams that may be desperate over the top. I think something we really want to watch is going to be that E pickup, right? It's going to be who puts knee pick up in their back pocket, and the time of deployment, I think, is really key. We see that high IQ sort of players where we see them place it down. They will chunk a bit of the blue zone, maybe phase 1 to 2, maybe 2 to 3. We can get away with it for a bit longer and then take the opportunity to get themselves in. Because if they're in the air when the zone pops, if it does go back the other way, they can see a big play. And recently, Gibson, I've seen these zones. I've seen teams make these early rotations over. Little to find out. They're going to be rotating back very quickly soon after that. So zone and zone. Unfortunately for phase or game number 5. Don't forget, guys, it is best of 12. So we do have more games up at exactly the same time, same place tomorrow. And there is money up for grabs. This is a tournament. It's an invitational tournament. And it looks like SRM, they're going to take the opportunity to take an invite over towards that south side and go towards Millie. But they are following Team Exalt. They are going to get pitched up because Team Exalt are here watching, waiting lane. No, the Gutso will come up. Molotov with the 8k gets 1, gets 2 though from Art. Picks up Odin. A CI next going to try and wiggle his way in towards any kind of safety. And just before he goes, he's down for ones and he's just away in the nick of time.
Yeah, needs to hit the brakes and get that first aid off. But now you've got Baron Peak trapped on the bridge and Exalt playing that perfectly. One thing I will say, I love the way Sarvam have been playing this last 6 months. Maybe since I've joined in casting tonight, things haven't gone the way Sarvam fans would have wanted it to. But look at Batulins right now as well. He could be in a spot of bother as Digital Athletics are just rotating south of Potato Hill, and Batulins needs to be quiet. You know, don't make any noise at all, because Digital Athletics, they need points. You know, I know it's early on, but you're still sitting at the bottom of the table, 4 points. If you spot the opportunity for a 1vx, you're going to take it. FaZe are going to try to lock down the north side of that bridge. They could come in contact with Howl as they get to kick off. But as I pointed out, win or die, foot, pod, Samulet, absolutely no rush from these sides to get on the move just yet.
Yeah. Love that. Just in the chat. Bam, Hakatori. I remember that from the main stage. It was a interesting one. Hakatori always seemed to be here. ECF though, getting a little bit of a blessing as SRM's taking the heat from Exalt. There's a little bit left, as they will manage to find their way over the top. Another team over. Looks like the decision is to get themselves towards Military Island. Not many teams trying to hold off. FaZe though are here. This is their drop zone. They're going to try and hold out as best as they can. Maybe pick up a few kills as How has moved in. See though, red in here, Fix though over the top, though Mad sneaking his way through, using the smokes, nearly getting run over. The seat swap comes in, but doesn't quite. The collection as Grexy will go down, and it looks like the Mad under the nose of Fix, able to sneak his way into a compound and millimeters away from getting run over.
And that's the aggression that Howl play with that I love. You know, they're not afraid to take a gunfight. They take their point. They're not going to aggress any further from this position because they know that FaZe, you know where they're at. They're on the bridge. If they want to fight you, make them come your way. Elsewhere around the map, Friendly Fire rotating in from Lipovka, as are the Wu as they come down from their drop over by Yasnaya. Sarvam have managed to get both teammates back together on Millie Island, and honestly, for them, it's about damage limitation now. How many points can you get? You've lost 2 players early on. Let's see if you can get a couple of points on the board, because as it stands, you're in 6th place, Mark.
Yeah, again, I just look at this zone. It just feels like it might play back the other way. Woo, on the other hand, though, they'd be taking the bike, rotate through, and I think the Woo will also put up on this side and won't rush to get over the bridge, but I don't know if they know they've got Friendly Fire lurking with the same idea, the same call. And Paige, he always smiles in his photos. I must admit, I do like the Friendly Fire photo going up because Paige looks super angry. He needs a cuddle, mate. He needs a cuddle. I think he's just biding his time. I think they're setting a little bit of a trap here, Gibson. Crossface, though, the last to come through, is the only one to receive some fire from the guys, as now he loses the tyre. Should be able to keep it straight, but he's receiving a hounding, and maybe the seat swap could keep him alive, but it's not. And the final player from the Woo gets picked apart, and Fuzzface, such an iconic player, such a great player, such an outstanding pickup for the Woo. It's left to a little bit of a trap here.
Pixel gets the knock on to Nixie as well, as he was rotating on the drive-by with the
Dragunov.
I think it was the Dragunov. Yeah, he
Yeah, it was,
absolutely nails Nixie as he went to get that res. Huge plays from Pixel, double for him. And well, Friendly Fire picking up 2 big points. Look, you spoke about Paige not looking happy in photos. He's Finnish. That's a Finnish smile. He's as happy as can be in that photo, but that's just the Finns. And I always say, if you need a win, get a Finn. And that's what they've done. They've picked them up.
Love it. Good shots. That kind of worked out. Whether it was intentional, don't know. It worked though, and they take the shot on the last one. They do pick up the player rotating back. He'd be there. I think doesn't like that. He's got the team on him. I'm not sure if Pixel, he is looking back that way, so maybe he did catch him rotating his way down. FaZe, they've lost one though. The Howl do hunker their way down best. They're clearing up our SRM team down to a 1. Military Island, despite being an offset for our question mark team, they are making it work. So lucky enough for them, they're going to be blessed with the zone. Maybe, hopefully, the zone will continue down towards Millie.
Yeah, we'll know in a minute and 15 seconds mark where that zone is going to pop. Friendly Fire, though, 2 kills on the board. The Wu have taken casualties. I think we've seen casualties coming from Sarvem, and Sarvem at risk of going out very early now as they get closer and closer to question mark. FaZe have already lost a player as well, so we're in a scenario where a couple of teams have lost players. 16 players alive, but there's 16 teams alive, but we're down to 58 players already after 9 minutes. That's 6 bled out already. Here come Pod Samolet. They're making their way into the zone, but at 45 seconds, we'll have a much better idea of how this game's going to play.
Yeah, Pod are late on that rotation, but they are coming in right by Team Foot. Beaming will just pop out a few shots, be enough for Bam Hakatori to move further afield. That guy got me in my top 30 placement. Hakatori was my sub in on that second day, and wow, what I suppose an event he had though. Really interesting to see how he plays this one. But let's go back towards our fight here. As CI hunkering down. Question mark though. Big aggressive push from them. He can now hear the footsteps from them. Ace in hand. We know this gun hits really hard. And he will pick up 1. Doozy comes through and tries to tuck and gets a second. Nearly going for the 3rd though. But question mark. Super stacked. Super tight. And they're able to clear up. Final SRM go down. That's our first team out. And nowhere near it. And we do get that military. So it is going to be a lot of rotation. And looks like FaZe have lost a few as well. As Vex and James goes down. We are seeing the Howl conquer, I suppose, the zone as Gustav leaves for Millie Island.
Yeah, again, just a scenario. Get inside the zone, live the play on by yourself and get some points on the board. Lukarooks look down towards Hype Beasts as they rotate over from the coast. They dropped in Nova, so they're going to make their way into this phase 2 nice and early. Get yourself those positions up on the hills or even that compound. But the compound's already been picked up by one of those Entropic players. Big battle going off here on the edge though, was Win or Die, and Twisted Minds are going head to head, and Huth from Digital Athletics is going to catch Lou with his trousers down if he just gets there quick enough. But no, Lou gets on the other side of this bungalow. But Mark, big fight between these sides, and Win or Die Hyruzen is down, but can they get the res? But no, that's another knock coming through from Batulans onto Quizzy.
That's a big knock as well. Didn't think he was going to get out. That's why I was not looking. They are looking across down towards the other side though. Between the store knocking players, that is insane. The man, the conqueror of the rocks, he's down 1 HP. He's even got any meds. He has got meds. He's just refusing to use them. The nades coming in. Oh my god, Baturians is amazing to try and hold out from that one. And somehow the nade doesn't go any further forward than the door. S12 got D4 times on it. I think that's more of a holder position for him. So he's just waiting for these more nades, more flashes to come through. Waiting for the push down. And there we go. Batulin says, wham, bam, thank you, man. That's 4 for me. Now I'll deal with DA by myself as they roll in.
Yeah, but the problem is you've got the shotgun, you've got nades coming your way. That one will miss the window. But DA, don't give Batulans 1 versus 1s. There's the first one. Good Marco, almost getting picked off, but does a lot of damage to Batulans. He's going to fall back, reposition. God, going to get spotted out though, tossing the smoke. But as you can see, 2 first aids, tosses the molly, but Matrelius is there to take him down. Twisted Minds falling 14th, and Digital Athletics picking up a couple more points.
Matrelius done really well there, because if they gave him time, he could settle down. They used that momentum nice. And see, you know what? Yeah, you had to run yourself over a bit of fire, put those toes on those hot coals, but I'd rather extinguish out the Toolins, especially when it's on the back foot like that. And down and out they are going to go. So a couple of early teams now go down. 13 teams remain. 42 players are left on the clock. The battleground will now unfold towards our military island, and I don't think PCF know that they've got a cheeky Gustav lurking above them.
As long as he stands still, but now he's giving away his position. Once you run on the top, you'll know exactly where he is. Was a nice situation for Gustav for a moment, but now he's got to find himself somewhere else to hide. Another gunfight kicking off here, though, as friendly fire down by the docks. They've got themselves onto the ferry. They're looking to lock out Digital Athletics. Now, there's the horn. That means that the ferry's about to kick off, and well, DA, they're going to have to just wait, bide their time,
jump
and
on.
get the next available votes. Nah, I wish they would, but I knew it was never going to happen.
Oh, I absolutely love that. They jumped in, but they've got Wu running behind them. Ibby also looking for a bit of public transport. We'll now find DA lurking here, maybe hoping some of them pop up an emergency pickup, an e-pickup. So he's going to try and back away. Kind of like DA. That's the aggressive stance for a wrangle for them. Who's the second caster with a sexy accent? That's Gibson Castmate. We love our Irish caster.
I'm a novelty.
Yeah, you're a pro. What are you talking about? LAN events all the way. Gibson Castmate, not just one game trick pony like myself, mate. This guy is a professional.
Yeah, BB, speaking of professionals, great player to watch. He's got himself on that bridge, but the zone, phase 3, it's going to begin creeping soon, and he's got all of Pod Samolet looking directly towards him. He needs T-Bone and Vard Nitsi to either give him a little bit of a hand to fall back or to provide some gunfire back the other way. Navi will lose Alia to DBNO, but Pod Samolet now on the push, trying to work in the tandem, trying to work as a team. Beamy with that nade at the ready, peeks up, tosses the nade, it's cooked pretty well, and he's going to catch Levante as the heat is a little bit too much. Rocks now caught in the crossfire. Beamy's going to get that knock as well, but there's Pin to trade it back the other way. It's a 2 versus 3, and Hakatori, he's going to push for the res, and he can, because Pin is in such a good position to hold while all this goes on. But the problem is he's got 2 members of Foot pushing his way. Nade's going to get tossed towards T-Bone, but doesn't do enough damage. But the first res has been picked up.
Yeah, first res is up. They're back to 3. T-Bone does take a little bit more damage on that secondary nade. Somehow Pin pulled the pin, but did go down. That beast go down now. Also will tab out in 13th place. Having a little look back here now as Vard will disengage. I think they're going to say, hey, do you know what? We're going to go into this last fight as a 3. We are looking quite strong here, but Ansi, he's refusing to give up his boy. He now kind of crest his way around. Come on the off angle now. Does pick up Hakatori's. He goes down. They're going to be close here. They're going to get the resident on. That blue zone's going to do some damage, but not enough damage is done from him as Rocks will go end. Oh, Ansi, and that nade pretty much pinpoint accurate. DA, welcome back to the fight. They will punch a hole through these 2 teams and find out what the hell are you guys doing on the outside edge.
Let them fight. Yeah, you'll lose Code Marco, but let them fight, get into the zone. This is exactly what Digital Athletics need to do. Find a way to leapfrog teams, get into positions where you can potentially pick up points. Vard, inside of phase 3, that backpack, of course, keeping him protected for just a little while longer, as the damage will slowly but surely tick away. That beep lets him know that it's nearly empty now, but he's going to try do some damage onto Pod Samolet. Nope. I thought he was going to sit a second longer, Mark, but because I'm a caster, because I've said something, he's got to go move.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's like, look, guys, we've been consistent top 5. A couple more teams need to go before Vard comes and clears up and gets a chicken dinner. Do you feel like Pod might chase him down to a degree, but the zone will tighten this down. It does come to this corner here, so both these teams, despite having a fight on the outside edge of blue, including DA, we'll be happy with that shift. They haven't got too far to go, but Pod are clown carring up 4 out. They forget to put the handbrake, and Vard has no objective but to go further afield here. Navi under pressure. A doozy just on the outside. Vard pulls up, just has no idea he's here, and a doozy will say goodbye. I'm playing myself out in the car park, waiting for more players to come my way. Trap set and acquired. Question mark. Put another kill on the board.
Oh yeah, a doozy's nuts. I said it, you can't let him get any momentum whatsoever. Howl, 4 kills on the board. Yes, you've lost a couple of players, but I think all in all, a couple more points, and they'll be pretty happy with the way things are going. You got to think about what's a good game. To me, you want to be hitting 7-8 points a map. If you want to be at least in the consideration, maybe a little bit more. So think a few more placement points for them, a couple more kills. They'll be really happy with their work over the last 2 maps. Now, here's the fun thing, Mark. 10 teams, 30 players. That's an average of, well, I was about to say an average of 3 players per team.
It's gone now.
And Digital Athletics, they're getting another knock as I like what they've done. I like the rotate that DA have made, but the issue they have is there's a lot of open ground if they look to push deeper in towards that airstrip.
Yeah, I think they're trying to conquer. I think they're surprised, actually, to a degree that it's free here, right? Wouldn't expect it, especially coming in quite late as they did anyway, fighting on the outside. How taking that TDM fight in the middle, PCF going to be hunking their way down as Entropics Lucas though finds himself in a little bit of a bowl. It has danger of playing multiple endings here, really, but I think every team is making a split. Every team is getting the opportunity to spread out and go, hey, do you know what? Let's just settle down. Let's just wait for this next zone to shift. We're already phase number 4, and you're right, the numbers have fallen very, very quickly. A team that has kept the numbers, though, is Team Entropic. They are working their way in big. Remember, they rotated over very early, but they didn't quite get that. And Ivers is setting up that mortar strike. It's a bit of a cheeky devil, so I did make the pick for it. Is he going to lay it down? Is he going to lay the fire out? There he goes. There he goes. Ivers, little cheeky devil, digging a hole. You know the emotes will now be kicking off in chat. But I'm a bit fearful. Does it even leave? Does it not get destroyed here as it comes out?
As we once said, hopefully his trigonometry is on point. But this could be dangerous if Ivers decides to aim wrong. Spots out Pixel with the Dragonov in his pocket, looking back the other way. That'll give Pixel... You know, you're in the danger zone now for the Dragonov, so you don't want to be peeking too much over towards those. Hakatori is going to do a bit of work as he gets a couple members down. Lyron now in that gunfight. Gustav gets involved as well as the Wu will get eliminated. Friendly fire getting in on what they were started. You know, they did a little bit of damage to the Wu earlier on. But look at Howl's position now. That's a fantastic rotation for them. Yes, they're low on the numbers, but they're dead center on the zone.
Yeah, they are good. But I'm still worried. We might see the push further out, but bam, Hakatori getting damage. 221 to be precise, but no kills on the board. He is knocking those lids off. How will be happy with this one. PCF, give or take, I think the same, but they need to be ready for a crash. There isn't much cover really here. Actually, they are disengaging. They're going to play a bit further afield. That could be a risk. That is the dice roll themselves. Has anyone else picked up the rotation? Only How at the moment. Somehow, PCF able to conquer a little bit closer in towards the zone. And this feels a bit like a TDM fight.
I love it, though. This is my favorite little bit of the map to do TDMs on. Although I always get destroyed whenever someone has the barrel on that angle. It really, really tilts me quite a bit. Gustav might be about to tilt Lyron as he sneaks in from the south. You can just see the terrain keeping Lyron hidden for long enough. Dante will get a knock onto Pixel as friendly fire make their way in on that northeastern side of the map, confirming that one out as well. But yeah, look, Lyron knows that Gustav is there, and I think Gustav has to be very careful.
Yeah, I agree. I think he hasn't got the information there himself. You see Pod, I'm trying to take a little bit of this area off, but they go down. Look at the fight though on the other side, because Friendly Fire's losing some numbers. It's question mark conquered this area. Now they have had one of their players descend a little bit further afield. I actually think it's a Doozy here. Doozy's putting himself now, as he saw that team for PCF wrap out, he's found himself a new little bit of home. But the other remaining question is when does the rest of his team now tighten up? Damage has been done to Friendly Fire, and also on the breaking edge on the outside, but there is not much opportunity. There's not much cover really. It's going to be down towards that smokes. Magi and Roth are looking very much over towards question mark here, but kind of a who gets here first, who's going to be able to lay the zones down, and because Entropic already made the move earlier on, MK will send Roth down, waiting out for the next game.
Yeah, the two Americans not really in the best spot in the world as Roth will go down, and you feel like Magi won't be too far behind. Digital Athletics, they will go down in 8th, but they picked up a couple of points, which will no doubt help them, hopefully get them out of the bottom. Down goes Howl as well, as Pacifica decided to crash in their position. Pacific Esports take prime position now in the center of the zone as well. Magi will just try to smoke himself in, but you just know question mark are waiting. Question mark are waiting, they're ready. As soon as he sprints across, shots are going to start raining on in. And well, it's not even those, it's Entropic, Lucarux and Naileup combining to get that kill confirmed, and Entropic now secure the eastern section of the zone for themselves.
It's shifting. I feel like they put that water strike back into the car and the zone never leaving. The telltale sign for me is that PUBG doesn't want a water strike now in the open terrain, and where possible, Lucarux though, like a doozy, also trying to conquer a bit of zone. I like this kind of early thinking. You see this a lot from these high teams, is that it's not just about the team, it's not just about the game now and the team that's in front of them, it's about the late game. Okay, if we move in here, we can maybe take a couple more zones. Maybe we get the opportunity to pick up a few more teams than relying on that initial fight, should we say, the early fight early on.
Yeah, now question mark, they need to make their way into the zone as well. Pod Samulet peeking their way. Gustav has actually done well. You know, he's been alone for a long time. We spoke about it being damage control, and he's managed to get himself into that position. Nade's going to go a little bit too far, but Voldemon continues his good form over the last 2 maps, getting that knock onto Besto. And here comes the blue zone grenade. Yep, Quetpa, just simple as that. He's going to do massive damage. The BZ will do even more. And well, question mark now, leaving it all down to a doozy, as first is going to fall as Phil first gets that kill. 1:30 left to go inside of phase 6. 5 teams, 12 players, and I think Entropic are pretty much the only team left standing with a full 4, because everyone else has lost somebody or more.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bloodbath on its way in, but hey, it's what it is. This is VIKÜRVI Invitational, and ping going down towards another blue zone nade. Question mark though, the blue zone nades will gear up to their opportunity, their place. Does leave down to the doozy. He wants to try and get in. Oh, he's got a few more meds. He does have a car. He's able to rotate. Phase number 6, he's not going to be chunking the blue here. He's going to want to get in. We're going to see the smoke wall now come out. That's his final 2 done. That might give him enough now on the car to get rolling itself. His pin, though, trying to take some shots on the other side, though. He does pick up one of PCF. He goes down. Was that damage, though? But Entropic, though, with the numbers, they were able to close that one off. And, yeah, no surprise here. A lot of teams bleeding out.
Yeah, the bark of that MK is as bad as its bite, as down goes a doozy. 4v2, v1, v1, but of course Pacifica about to lose that one, and there they lose the other one as Lucarux will get that kill. So now it's a 4v1, v1, so Entropic about to rocket themselves up the leaderboard once they confirm this one out. All in all, Entropic shoot.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's just one man, please.
Do it. I'm all for it. Look, blow Gustav out of there with the with the mortar and deal with Pin. In reality, Pin should be the first to fall, but you never know in the world of PUBG. There you go. Pin does fall. Now it's all down to Gustav. They should have an idea that he will be across the road. Here we go. Yeah, get it lined up. You know, oh, he's done damage. He knows exactly where he is. Gustav, no, he's not going to get murdered. Naileup ruins the fun, but 18 points for Entropic. That'll get them up to 25 now, and that's much, much better from a team that we expect a lot from.
Well, it's a team that's very much down that bottom side, wasn't it? Didn't really conquer too much, and just all the way up to this point, not really put themselves in a position to try and take the win. They do get the winner chicken dinner. They get the kills on the board, but it does come from the kill leaders pod, as they do get the kills and the damage. Bam, Hakatori definitely is going to stick with him, unfortunately, I feel. Winner chicken dinner, though. It is Team Entropic. Again, thank you guys for sending me the updated logo, so maybe we'll get a bigger picture without the condensed version. Good games, actually. First good game for our Wrangle. We do have one more remaining. Hopefully it's not going to be a military, but I felt like that zone, the teams dealt with the military shift quite well. We didn't see too much action, I suppose, unfold onto the bridge, apart from that Exalt hold.
Yeah, I think we lost a couple of FaZe players. We lost a couple of Sarvin players, but for the most part, everybody got in okay, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. I do want a nice circle, though, to finish off the rest of that. We've had our madness. I like madness and scrims. I like more standardized things when we get to competitions where there's money on the line for the players. So hopefully we get a more central zone mark, and we'll find out pretty soon.
We'll take a quick break, though. It is the final game for day number 1, though. And don't forget, there is money up for grabs. If you want to be a chance to get yourself some Steam gift cards or a Mercy Gaming Hat though, we are doing a private leaderboard though for PAS finals and PEC. It's only the final points that we're looking at though. Exclamation mark join. It's free entry. Get yourself on our private leaderboard though, and show us what you've got when it comes down to your team. But for now, we'll take a break though. Game number 6 is coming up.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. Now, we haven't lost Gibson Cast. He just needs to go sort something out because he wasn't even meant to be cast. He just jumped in. He messaged me saying, can I jump in? Just sort something out. He'll be back during the game to have a chat to us a bit more on that final game at number 6. But for now, let's have a quick look, though. We'll send it out to us now. There we go. Exalt leading the way, though. 43 points for them. 41 points for Foot Esports. They go down. And Twisted Minds, they also hold on 41 points. Pod, though, they get a nice little +4 themselves as they lurk themselves into that money section. But for now, let's get our final game. It's Erangel, and it's coming up. Here we go. It's match number 6. The flight path, though, from the southeast all the way up towards that north to northwest goes right across the heart of our Erangel. It's not a bad flight path again. With these teams leaving early, it does mean Question Mark has to jump yet again for Millie. But we are looking for Pod coming back this way. Hypebeast the same, but they're going to, I suppose, cut back and work their way as Pin. Didn't quite get the memo that we need to go to Military Island. Question Mark and Pod, they're going to head to head for this hard terrain. We'll see too many others. Foot go late. Win or Die will go to the other side of the water as well. And friendly fire. We go further afield. This is a fight for the car. We're going to see one apiece. I think Hound's quite got that parachute right. And Diffix, though, takes a tumble. As have to really think about getting that res as quickly as they can. Face, though, does pick up one to go through now. No guns. So this smoke grenade. Face, though, going to be looking to squish him. Close the door. Block him in. Face. High IQ. Here's a free kill. Buzzface is laughing at this one. Backs away. Should be a nice ending. Buzzface, my man. What a hold. You ain't got a gun, you can hold a player in. GG's. Lone Shift gets the early flight path, and we get that down towards that south-southeast. And don't forget, obviously, Gibson Cost will join us again. We'll be blessed with him one more time. Hype Beast, though. Also goes down and out. Uzi has been knocked as well. Hype Beast, though, a bit further afield. Need to be a little bit cautious. Teams, couple early fights, not to be too surprised as we get to welcome back our amazing Gibson Cast. He gives me the old big Irish thumbs up. Welcome back, mate.
I'm back. Don't worry, guys. I had to fight 3 elephants. I had to, they were all outside the house. I won, which you'll be glad to know. But now we're back in the action on map 6 on the day. Mark, we'll be halfway through the tournament at the end of tonight. And well, at that point, you'll have a pretty good idea of, who's in prime position going into tomorrow. But one thing's for sure, Question Mark have really started to up the ante in the last couple of maps. And the big thing for me, though, Foot Esports no longer on top. Exalt, as you pointed out earlier, have taken that top spot away.
Yeah, they did climb that leaderboard really well. Consistent as well. All teams out there really been consistent. Just kind of swings and roundabouts. One thing you did miss, though, worth mentioning, Fuzzface without a gun pinned. Oh, you saw it. What a play! Jeez. I think somebody in the chat was saying on Fuzzface, like, no, you've not got it anymore. Mate, that alone just reconfirms this guy is insane. the fact that he thought, do you know what, I've not got a gun, I can help my team. I'm going to pin this guy in. He ain't got a gun, he ain't shooting me. He can't get out if I block it in. And able to pick up the gun and get the flush. Easy kills for Fuzzface.
You just know he was laughing. You just know
100%.
as he locked him and he was having a great time.
100% he was having a little bubble there. Hi, Beasto. They did try conquer question mark themselves. Stoffy going for a 360 spin with a smoke deployment. Doesn't quite work out for him. Though they're on the other side and they are split. Not bad games, but they are ending this one. This game number 6, not the way they want to. It's question mark leapfrogged ahead of them. Despite a doozy getting knocked. Getting back up and they sort of close off the bridge now towards any kind of rotation. Hype Beast needs to figure out where they go. Could maybe take the public transport. That'd be the way that I would go leaving this zone.
Yeah, so 4 minutes and 30 seconds gone. So the zone is going to start closing in a minute's time from now. We'll see a lot of teams moving early. Sarvum, of course, driving over Death Road. They've got Twisted Minds not too far away. As that... Oh, poor Baron. Spyro, you didn't have to do him like that. Perfectix will confirm out that kill. Phil First gets his kill confirmed as well, as we're down to just 59 players alive after 4 minutes and 48 seconds. It's been a quick plead to get us up and running.
It's been a very quick plead. You should pick up one. I was mentioned in chat that you're giving the Castle's Curse to SRM, so if you can leave my line, that'd be grand. As they do get a kill back. They're moving over. Very quick rotation over. That is a hero's res. If he's going to do it, he has to turn around pretty quick and get it on. Just put some shots slowed down. Maybe enough to go, hey, I'm not going for the rest. Oh, he came off it. No! As unfortunately, the push from SRM was enough for him just to double click that button. And now he's going to be down now. SRM on the push. Car is gone. CI is rotating around perfect there. Somehow gets the blessing of the car. Goes further afield, but not the blessing. Further out. Twisted Minds. Down to a 2. Battalions and Spyro might be an aggressor. Looks like SRM are punching back hard.
Yeah, I think Lou actually crawled out of that res. I think he was getting res and he crawled out of it and fell. And now Spyro's getting hot. Oh my god, Sarvum are upping the aggression here and I'm all for it. Spyro's got no vehicle nearby. So here comes the rotate around. Should spot him out. And well, Spyro, where do you go from here? More shots fired your way. But you need to clear him out. Don't let Spyro fall back. Clean him up while he's on the run.
Jordan's there with the reinforcements. He's going to try and make an emergency pickup, but it's going to be a little bit too late though. But DA are the first to go after this. And Jordan's going to cruise on by. Does get one. We'll be able to hammer the handbrake. And SRM, they need to keep that shift. They need to keep the pressure on Battalions. If he's able to get out, get a med on, can cause some huge damage here. There's no other teams lurking just yet. But with Battalions, you know he's a dangerous warrior, giving some high ground. The splash damage though comes in from a nade store, working his way up, taking as much as he can off though. Does now spot out the next player though. Odin underneath some shots though. He does whip the shots back and forth. Odin holds that left hand side of the tree. Doesn't quite get the re-pink as he needed. And Odin though, keeping his cool, keeping his nerve. And there's that confirmed. Twisted Minds down to a final player now.
Yeah, but Battalions has got an ammo problem here as well. He's only got 56 bullets inside that AUG, which, as you know, could be a bit of a problem if he gets in prolonged gunfights. And he's just trying to belly crawl his way up to that next tree. Sarvum wanting to clean this up as soon as possible. Battalions identifies one, fires a couple of bullets, fires a few more. Now he's down to just 40 bullets. That nade doesn't get him, but Odin does. Down goes Twisted Minds. 51 players left alive after just 7 minutes. And the bleed has been a fast one. And now Pod Sambalet may have some trouble on the bridge as well, because question mark are locking it down.
Yeah, they are trying to hold that one out. So, no, they're going to crash into the tank graveyard, but the car's not a graveyard. Backflip! Ah, you had the opportunity, Fate, to do that then. That was a full send. Actually thought the car was going upside down until I realised it was a bike. Does hold out. Exalt now push to the other side of the bridge, and maybe we see question mark get a little bit of taste of their own medicine, because Exalt have the opportunity now to close them off.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, isn't it, where you get punished for trying to make a play. Dante trying to use the ice cream truck as a little bit of cover. But as you pointed out, you need to watch your behind, because you do have Exalt in that position. I think Dante's just going to pick up the team and get on the move, as Win or Die are going to get wiped by the Woo. 47 players left alive.
Oh, this is some heavy punishment. Pod are going to be the ones punishing. We're like Exalt may be the ones clearing up, though. They are just on the other side of the bridge, though, as they will wiggle their way towards the other side, towards the north side, after doing the punishment themselves. And point as we see, they've actually fully gone. Time executed. And question mark now going to follow exactly the same rotation behind. They see the card, though. I don't even know. Exalt have turned back themselves. So question mark might get through. Freebies themselves. And Exalt are running as quick as they can. Need to keep their head on the swivel, though. But they've got FaZe in front of them, locking them down to the beach. And this is not a nice place to be caught in.
Just got to play these dips and hope for the best, Mark.
Hope for the
maybe
best.
Maybe get into Malta.
When you've got Corexi already here, though, and a couple of shots though do go out. Nade will bounce off the wall nicely, goes his way back, but no need. And he does able to lay down, no. Exalt down to their final player, needs to pick up the one-man army. Corexi, but he's taking a punishment from PCF as he jumps his way into a bit of cover. I don't think Exalt picked that one up.
Yeah, but look, Navi are crossing into Malta here as well.
Look at the colour.
Correct. Yeah, and Pod Samlet have gotten across the bridge here as well. Question mark have let that. Yeah. Look, it works. It works. He's back on all four wheels.
At least it's not Hakatori, because they'd be back in chat going, bam, Hakatori. He's actually trying to hit those shots as he's playing peekaboo with their car. An area which we won't be able to do that for much more. We've got the KFC coming soon. Does make me really hungry. And as I mentioned, I am tempted to order myself a little cheeky bucket. A little bit of a late night feast after VIKÜRVI Invitational. Question mark, though, running their way back and thinking, you know what, there's too much action in front, guys. I think we just need to hold out here. We're out of phase and the zone has shifted in. We are getting more of that mill to power ending that we do love.
Yeah, if we see the friendly fire are trying to take prime position, but Evas from Entropic is getting up a couple of points there. Navi are going to cross the beach here as well as they move over towards the eastern side. Rox will pick up with that knock onto Example, though, as Navi's solo player is going to get picked on up. So, can you get past James? Now, that's the next question, but they should turn right as soon as they get up this ridge line. That's exactly what they're going to do. 10 minutes and 40 seconds gone. Phase 2 has popped, and everybody's just trying to get themselves inside that zone.
Good rotation. A lot of teams are going to try and hold out. I actually really like this sort of 2-2 split that we see from the Woo. We know, look, we know this area very well. We know it ends here. We get loads. We had that patch out day where it's always ending here for some reason. So well rehearsed, we say. I kind of like Entropic's 2-2 hold. I think they're rolling the dice, hoping for it to play down. I will mention, though, I have had a zone like this go very much up towards Lumberyard, though. So not kind of that usual finish, that expectation that we think it's going to pull back down towards that southeast. So I think these teams will just maybe keep that in the back of their minds. Maybe not overextend too much, but talk about overextension. No, that's Roth. Let's get a knock himself, though. But the phase is working their way down. James is down, but here's Reservoir. Fex will go and get that smoke out. I think he's pretty much safe. SRM unable to get the shots, though, and phase just stretching out a little bit in their area.
Yeah, Levante gets that kill confirmed as well for Pod Samolet, and we're seeing Foot make their way down the coastline as well as they look to get themselves up on this ridge line that overlooks Malta, and it's a great line of sight that you can get from this position. Alia spots out Xenia, but you know, that's the sort of range where the Dragonov, I think, doesn't quite. Yeah, it's not great from that type of range.
All those gunshots, though, will allow Foot Esports to go, oh, hold on, there's a team here. They're going to hammer some shots. There's a new boy. Ferris, though, does hammer some shots back. Only goes down to a one-shot himself. Be a bit of a hard push. And it is kind of a 2-1 split. As Mel is tucking in little mounds, little dunes. I think just having a look here, but Entropic already getting that 2-2 split. Be a difficult hold, but I think maybe because we've lost a few teams, we're only 13 remaining. Gibson will give them the creativity to a little bit of freedom of movement, shall I say, before they have to think about the later game.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think of how many players and teams we did lose in that, you know, phase 1, the first 5-6 minutes, because this is a tournament. It's not scrims, so game 6 is usually a little bit more
creative,
competitive.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. Mel waiting for the perfect moment to strike onto Evas, but just wouldn't stand still long enough.
That I would have been shooting the skies, mate, taking birds at that point, as he held just long enough for me to click my mouse button, but not long enough for Mel Pro to unleash the rain of those 5.56 underneath. Vardo, T-Bone now going to now sit themselves on the outside edges of Foot, though, with that nice 2-2 split. We saw this from the early part of Foot. What have really started the day number 1 off well. Looks like they're going back to how they opened up. They're conquering the zone. They're trying to get as much information as possible, and the zone will shift It does go north, so surprising, I'd say, as most of these teams now find themselves on the outside edge.
Yeah, so you're kind of looking at where the Wu are as being the best spot to be right. Zone 4 will shift back that direction, and the Wu will be pretty good. So will the Howl. The only thing you can really say is it's not going to go towards prison. So that line directly cutting the map from Howl over towards Multipower, that's where you expect the next zone to go. Entropic moving up past that Multipower plant. They're going to try to lock that down now as they see that zone shift. Foot are going to move up towards this compound on the edge of Malta. They'll still play that northern wall, but Market's getting a bit dodgy now for the teams that are on the outside looking in.
Yeah, a lot of teams now need to try and work their way out. Now, team that was punishing, team causes some issues. They will now know not to go near the coast because that flare, that indication of Foot Esports is going to be there. They are going to try and hunker down. There's a lovely couple of rocks though. Might see question mark, and the trees might provide enough cover that they won't get shot out of the sky, as these players are very dialed in for taking, I suppose, birds of prey, sending their way down. But look at this. Everyone, though, Gibson, apart from SRM, I won't speak about them because we want to send them out. We know what chat back SRM. We can't talk about them too much. But they find themselves the only team really north side.
Yeah, they're going to just hold that to see where it shifts. You know, it's I'm 99.9% sure it's not going to go there, but there is that, 1% chance where there's a chance, I suppose. Navi and Hypebeast, though, this gunfight's going to be a fun one to watch because they're both outside the zone. The phase is closing in on top of them, so they need to get moving pretty soon because the big thing, though, that will work, Mel is able to lock down Xenia and Noik. If they try to move first, they're going to get caught out.
I think there's a little indication of like, hey, we're leaving. We're going to pop a couple of shots as a code word. I think both these teams will know this is ensured destruction. Hang here. You are going to potentially fall down. That is phase 3, so let's tickle a little bit, not too much. Ferris providing a little bit of overwatch back to the cars here, and Navi able to position themselves now a little bit more to get rolling. Phase now on the outside edge, and everyone condensed down in that southwest corner. SRM understanding that they're the only team over here, dunking away at the zone a little bit. They're able to maybe go, hey, do you know what? There's not as many people up here. Not as many people took the rotation that we did. And then as a PUBG God blessing, you can find yourself now with some freebies. That's the MK. Another MK. A lot of MKs this evening.
Big fan of the MK. You know me. It's my favourite gun in the game. Now, so said, just hanging on, and they're staying alive inside the zone. Might be worried that maybe FaZe might rock that way in a few moments' time. Phase 3, though, getting ready to pop for Phase 4. Navi want to be driving whenever that zone does shift, and it does shift, and it goes exactly where we expected it to go. So now SoSaid's position is going to be a bit problematic for him because you can see FaZe moving this way as Corexi and Gustav and the rest are going to come in. But you worry a little bit here for Navi.
Yep. Is it in? Is it down? I think it is down. Down on the cliffs. And Beamy, I know he's a outstanding player, but that might be a bit too much to go grab. Oh, P90 is tempting though. P90 is very tempting. Sheila though be watching.
Far to go.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a swim all road back as well. He's going to do it. You got to do it now, Beamy.
And Shilla's waiting as well. You can see Shilla for Sarvem's position. Beamy's going to have a peek over. He realizes it's ungettable, and they're going to be saying, who shot that? Who shot that flare?
Go on, Beamy. Get your inner P90. You know you want to.
That's a caster flare right there, Mark.
Yeah, you know that. Go on, Beamy. Jump. 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 You know you want it.
Don't listen to Mark. Beamy's too good to do that. Beamy, look, I think he's an idea. There might be someone there.
I can get there. Oh no, yeah. No, I definitely can't do it now. Maybe that was enough though. Seeing the peekaboo head, Beamy won't jump off though. Footy Sports though so far had a good day, and they are definitely playing for that later section. So that P90 will go down to the fishes. As Beamy might be thinking about their rotation a little bit further in, as he might second guess himself. Everyone else down this sort of bottom side. The Mad in the lumberyard, and Hakatori and the boys working their way down. Pin and Hakatori, dangerous combo there. Hakatori will peekaboo over the top. They put him down to a one-shot himself. The nades are ready. Are they going to be able to expect that he's moving his way around? The high IQ player says yes, and that Mad will go down, and bam! It's Hakatori.
You had to get that airburst perfect, and they did. And Tropic will get the knock on to Noik from Heist Beasts as well, as they're trying to force their way into the zone from the south. Howl, the Mad is down. You can see Pod Samolet and Sarvem are making their way to close them in over and around Lumberyard. Xenia will fall on the edge of the zone. Now there's 12 as Gustav gets that knock onto Quetpa. And look at James just sneaking up towards the rest of Pacific Esports. But here's that gunfight. Odin will get the knock onto one. Ibby gets a knock onto Alia down towards the southeast. But Howl are just getting closed in on. But that's a good nade. Nearly.
Wasn't cooked. Pinpoint accurate though, but talk about nades. We know Pod is insane with there, so here comes a barrage himself, and no need because How will tab out. Hakatori will hit another shot, and that's another warrior down. SRM down for a 2. Pod steaming their way through the lumberyard. They're going to try and clear up as much as they can. VIKÜRVI Sports though, leaving the blessings of that P90 behind them. Diffix will lay the law down as they will now leave the zone slightly. I definitely feel like the Woo in such a good position, trying to make what they can from the zone that shifts away from him, that doesn't want to give him anything.
Yeah, it's just kind of chasing circles here for them all the way through this. Beamy making his way in. Oh, yeah, that's not what you want to see, and that should be... once the backpack is gone, which it just has, that should be the end of that one for Voldemort. He's going to get taken down, so... You know, we saw what he was able to do against the Woo earlier tonight, but... A BZ need whenever you're stuck in a Harry Potter tire, you're never getting out of there.
Especially not with Blue Zone nades now. I do like as well, teams are starting to use it a lot more. Blue Zone nades stacking up with more util, so you see the nades or that go in and they just use the Blue Zone to sweep up anyone remaining. Jammer pack, there's a little bit of cover from it, but not too much. And Fex needs to find a bit of cover himself though, because our friendly fire team is lurking around the south side. Zone pulls back down towards that southwest. PCF on the front line, soon under pressure though from our phase, and looks like the call though from Fex holding up that anchor. He now needs to work his way back. I'm pretty sure by the way he keeps looking back, he's identified that friendly fire, or there is a team rotating around by him.
Yeah, and Tropic crashing in, but again, you're not inside the zone, so they're just hunting points to see where they can pick them up from. 4 kills on the board. You know, not the worst from them, considering that a couple of maps ago they were right down at the bottom of the table. Quetpa gets that knock onto Corexi. We're seeing a couple of teams go head-to-head now. Friendly fire wiped out by FaZe. That nade, though, just a little bit too far. Enderlost wrapping around the side as well as they try to catch FaZe cold on the edge of the zone. But So Said hits a beautiful shot from downtown on the edge of the zone. He decided now was the time to strike, and he's actually done Gustav a massive favour, but only momentarily because they're Celtic.
Oof. Denied by his own nade, and I don't think he knew the player was anchoring back. James was able to get Corexi back up. The opportunity, don't forget Fex, he's still working his way in. I think he took that final blow. But that sleeper tower, that Harry Potter, that was left to wait. Actually lay barren towards friendly fire though, as you mentioned. They were working their way in. Won't be long though before Pods. You can already see Hakatori, he's already working his way down though. Great nade though, as Fex though will lay the law down with the M4. Down to their final players, the util will go in. I don't know if he's got any blue zone nades just yet, but he can stack up those nades himself. Catches the player though, second one go through the door, and that should be enough though. PCF will be down and out, and FaZe should be able to get those reses back on, but bam, it's Hakatori.
Yeah, Fex is going to get claimed as well, so Hakatori gets himself a double as Pod Samolet now 7 points. They're hunting top spot. They could find themselves top of the leaderboard at the end of the night. The Woo are hunting down, but the Woo currently sitting in 9th place, but 8 kills, Mark. 8 kills plus a guaranteed top 6. Big game coming in from them. Yeah,
I think they really needed this though. Working their way down. You can see though, on the fight. Question mark though landing in a little above them. They know they're there, so they just work their way around to more of a south just to see those other teams with no more action happening. They're trying to farm as much information, but best is laying low. This could be quite dangerous though if we do go step on that landmine, because that will be a landmine that will be a bit explosive. On the other side though, for esports though, 6 teams remain now trying to work their way. Only 2 kills. I think they've been subject to a bit of zone shifting against them. Not doing quite well, so wait and see. Nancy edging his way to the outside of the zone. Logic is question mark, or no, he's here.
Well, they're scouting. They seem to know something because they're putting a lot of attention over to the section of the map. So I think they're pretty sure the Itzy's there. The question is, can Itzy do any collateral damage on his way into the zone? Steps into the blue for a second and will pop the first aid, but now it's going to move. Phase 6 mark. You're going to get this first aid on. He's going to get one. Isn't going to get the second, but I think that he might have just done enough damage because the blue zone's on the fast side.
Heroes res, mate. Question mark. There's no question about that teamwork. They're on the go. Let's go.
I'm surprised that he actually got to pick that player up, but the job's not done yet because the Wu are fighting, but there's Levante on the off angle, getting the off angle or getting the headshot onto Diffix.
They're now going to reposition. Ibido working his way back already. As our team in Tropic, though, going to lay low. The solo. Still a solo himself, though. Picked up 2 kills as he is working hard. 5 teams and now remain, and 2 of those 5 are down some numbers, but it's a blessing of them. Everybody else is in this northeast corner as our joint jump, though, from Pod. That's well rehearsed, well trained, and if you need to get some practice in the training mode, that's jumping together. Bunny hopping for information as a team will gain you everything you can. Question mark, you get the res, though. They find themselves back to a 3. It's a bit of a 4-on-3 fight here with a sideswiper Pod from above, and it's that sideswipe that's going to hit really hard.
Yeah, Phil first gets dropped down to about 3 or 4 HP, but he manages to get the first aid kit off. Dante stepping up as they toss those nades to just prevent the push coming through from the Wu, but you can see that the terrain really working in favor of the Wu defensively. It is going to be hard for them to push up, though, as Diffix looks to lay down some suppressing fire. Pod Samolet have wrapped around the north as well, as Question Mark have really got themselves in a rock and a hard place. That nade is great. The shots from Levante are good as well. Besto will fall to the blue in just a few moments' time. I think he's just giving himself up at this point. Hakatori getting that kill confirmed. And the Wu now move into the top 4. It's Pod Samolet, the Wu, Exalt, and Entropic. As Entropic, with 1 player up, try to go back to back.
Possible. This zone can cause mass amounts of disruption. I suppose Ivis is not in like a normal position. I'd expect him to be sitting on either side, so maybe they look at the crates and don't quite catch him, especially if they come from above. So it's going to be down towards those rotation. But with Exalt working their way around, he is looking towards more the southwest approach. There isn't many options, though. There isn't many options that you get in clean. I think with all those gunshots on the east, logic is he's going to try and play up, and I think our solos might end against each other.
I hate it when that happens, you know.
Yeah.
You want the 2 solos want the Wu and Pod Samolet to fight. That's what they want. They want those 2 to go head to head to just increase the percentages of them winning. Pod Samolet, though, they're going to come right down on top of Per. So said. We're seeing the MG there. We're seeing the Augs in the back pocket. Yeah, so said. I'll be impressed if you get anything here, and he doesn't. Hakatori gets another one. Pod Samolet putting in big numbers as they now hit 9 kills.
Definitely, if you are partaking in the fantasy leaderboard, Hakatori's a good pick. You can see it already. So much choice, though. When it comes down to the EU, to the EMEA, everyone has their own little flavour. As I said, at solo, even Ivis can cause some damage. A lot of the action, though, will be coming from that top side, as we already see the Wu wrapping their way around. That might just be enough to maybe draw the fight in on this sort of southwest corner. As our Wu team looking for more information, not gained. Now they use the ridgeline really well. I don't even think they know. Frostface now turns his way around. I don't think they expected to see the Pod team this close, though, with these mollies raining in. Got to be looking at this one as the Wu going, hold on, they might be a little bit closer than we expect.
Yeah, they would have heard the gunfight, so you have to anticipate that they are going to get aggressive. But the thing is, the Wu are going to look at the zone and go, right, they have to be right up on top of Fuzzface because there's nowhere else they could be. Nixie is scouted out the top. This is going to be a battle of the bunker down inside the trenches to see who wins this chicken dinner. Big thing for me. Nixie spots out the opportunity but doesn't get the knock, and that could be a big impact on the game. But Diffix gets the knock on the Levante. The Wu now get Pod Samolet down to 3. Pin, though, that MG mark, you don't want to step up against that. Pin's going to get aggressive, but Ibby is going to come in clutch with the assist from the side, helping out his teammate. Evas will stay as silent as a mouse for the moment, but that's 10 kills now for the Wu.
Oh, mate, Woo, love the Woo at the moment. I've been a team I've always backed, always enjoyed watching, always enjoyed casting, but there's something magical about this team at the moment. They're looking good. Seems like the piece of the puzzle's been put together. Piece of the puzzle, though, not been spotted yet, as our team in Tropic, though, is holding Mountain Akatori. Final player for them. He's in the trench, and I think Nixie's already spotted him. Diffix, though, looking. The mechanical skills of this player is insane. He hasn't got a lid, though. Bakatori goes bam. There's now goes one. He's trying to pick up the other players. Going to get back to the trench warfare, though. The Nixie does have the anchor, does have the play, does have the full visibility, and we will go down. Ivis is going to come alive at the right time and let them two fight their way out. It's a 4 versus 1. Technically, Ivis going to try and look at this one, try and maybe get another point on the board for himself. He's back to the corner. Nixie has nothing, got no opportunity to see, though. Ibby has to lay down. He goes down to a one-shot himself, though. As Ivis is still surviving. How? Some way. Gives up. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of it. 360 spin, and that should be the end of him.
There we go. Nixie cleans it up. And just like that, the Woo pick up 24 points as it's starting to get very tight up at the top. They're going to jump from 15th way up that leaderboard. Big game from the Woo, Mark, and the fans will love to see it.
Yeah, winner chicken dinner. They get the kills, they get the damage, they get the assist, they get the... Oh, didn't even update in time. Winner chicken dinner for the Woo. I go a bit too early for that one. It's definitely worth mentioning the Woo took a spot very early on. They went for that 2-2 split there, and actually it held firm for quite some time, and then the zone shifted just a little bit away. I expected it to come down towards them. It's those prime real estate, but the Woo, they were just kind of playing ping pong on the bottom side of the edge, and picked up the 14 kills, 24 points, and as you mentioned, that should skyrocket them a little bit more up in that leaderboard.
It will, but Mark, I reckon, do we jump and do a quick break to get that leaderboard updated? And we'll see you in a few.
Oh, now, as it took a little longer than expected for the leaderboard to update, we had to bless our partings with Gibson Cast. Thank you very much, obviously, Gibson, for jumping in, mate. Always welcome in the stream. And if you haven't already, go give him some follow, give him some love. He's one of my favourite people to cast with all the time, as we always do get and have a good laugh. Anyway, let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. And no surprise, Pods, bam, Hakatori finds his way up towards that sort of top spot. with a very, very strong lead. +4 the last game before, +3 on this game. Pod ends top of the leaderboard, 53 points on the board for them. Soon followed by Excel. As they do lose that top spot, they gained it for one match, but now they find themselves in second. Footy Sports, though, are in third place. No change for them, 45 points. The kills, the placements, though, are looking pretty good as they are getting that good consistency across the board. Question mark, though, they do find themselves now on that top side after closing out with a +2. They find themselves crawling up to 4th space. A little bit of a drop, though, for our Twisted Minds, How and Tropic, though, SRM and the Woo all conquer. And as the Woo end the day strong, they get off the bottom side, find themselves now in 9th. Not a bad position, though, to try and close out the rest of the day. See what we've got next, though. We do have a break for this evening. We'll come back, though, tomorrow exactly the same time, same place for day number 2 of 2. But we've only got 6 games left to remain. VIKÜRVI, though, he has $1,000 up for grabs, though, and it's paying out for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But more importantly, our top 8 teams we're going to be watching very closely because they will get invitation back, though, for the Invitational number 2. Don't forget, though, number 2, double the prize pool, as it is looking quite spicy already. These teams are super tight. No team's really running away from it. DA, they've just got a little bit more work to do compared to some of the other teams, but actually, from a first day, from 6 games, it has been really interesting. Again, thank you, Gibson, for jumping in. More importantly, thank you all, guys and girls, for jumping into the stream, give us support. And for now, we'll throw back out to that break screen, show us the top when it comes down to the player damage. That'll be scrolling across the bottom, and then we'll go out and raid someone. And I'll see all you guys later tomorrow. Bye.